Huh, interesting. So it's not appearing there. How about now? Man, it's been a hot minute since we've played this game. Now, give me a quick moment. Trying to get this major headache out of the way, but I think I should be okay. Hang on. Testing out a chat box that seems to not be functioning right now. Oh, there we go. Oh shit! This is a really cool opening. I'm a huge fan of it. Okay, you know, you want to talk about, like, good timing? By the way, how's the sound? I want to make sure that you guys can hear me and nothing's too loud. Man, still trying to clear this major headache I'm having right now. Okay, that's it. Going to assume most of you can hear me. If you could not, then obviously that's a problem. You could before? Awesome. Going to do a little bit of a sound balance. There's a little bit of an issue with my setup right now. Hopefully everything works okay. But it's been a while. We haven't done Chaos Child in, what, months? Feels like it, right? Okay, so let me go ahead and announce this via our Facebook, Twitter, etc. Let people know that we are finally back. Man. I gotta massage my head, make sure that I can definitely commentate this game. Like, I really enjoyed this game when we first started streaming it, mainly because of the discussions we had, and I think the writing for Chaos Child is immaculate. It is something that you don't often see when it comes to... I mean, I'm not saying, like, visual novels don't have this level of writing. I'm saying that this is spectacular amongst the VN medium. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Bam. Let's get this on Discord too. Okay. It's been so long since I played this game, I don't exactly recall where we are. Like, I don't remember if we set it up. to be exactly where we left off, or if something else happened. Does anyone recall, actually? Because that would be kind of helpful. Okay, I'm gonna see if there's anything that says new on it, but I'm not seeing that. And the latest, I set it for the beginning of Uki's chapter, in which case it should probably be this one. So if I recall correctly, we gotta finish Uki's chapter, and then we gotta finish, oh boy. It's been so long that I don't even remember their names. We have to finish Nono's chapter, and I think those are the last two characters that are available in terms of routes. Okay, let's raise the volume a tad bit. Get another drink into me, man. I can't tell if it's like the season or something, but I feel like extremely dehydrated nowadays. Ever since that bot left our chat, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, so things might slow down a little bit, but just give me a moment to remember everything. The route splits off right when you discover the boxes. Ah, the boxes of... The boxes filled with love. Let's put it that way. Here we go. Man, if you wanted a reminder, here's one. So in this route, we jump in the way. Let's see. It looks like we started where we began. Vomiting. Do I still have the paste bin on hand for delusions? Let me see actually. Oh boy, I don't know. I don't think so, actually. Let me see. Oh, I found it. Okay. And we are on... Okay. Wow, already. When did I fall over? There's so much blood in my mouth I can't breathe. Okay, so as you probably already know, usually I try to read these things purely for their literature, right? Unless it's more gameplay oriented, I don't usually I use a guide, right? If it's gameplay oriented, I don't use a guide. If it isn't, then I'm just there for reading. Okay, anyway, I'm looking for this particular line right here. Oh man, where am I? Yeah, the routes aren't labeled though, so let me go ahead and try to remember. The first route we did, the first individual route we did, okay. I think it was, I'm actually gonna do this just to jog my memory. First route was Aramuro's route. The second route we did was Hana's route. The third route we're going to be doing should be Uki's route, and the last route should be Nono's route, just by process of elimination, so it should be the third route. Okay. So then I have a bunch of choices here, and the question is, what choice should I make? I want the one that feels the most... It's not just satisfying, but the one that feels the most well-written. And the one that fits canonically for the thing to make sense, you know, because we don't have all the time in the world. Why is there two versions of this? I'm gonna save. Here. And then I'm gonna message someone. Yeah, I'm trying to find which one is better in terms of reading. Because we can only make one choice. Well, we can make multiple, but, you know, I don't have the time. Ah, both are required. Okay, then we're gonna go super simple. So this way we can't make any mistakes, because, well, we're making a pretty obvious decision for this one. Thanks, Ninja. It was a little bit loud. This thing was not adjusted for stream. Huh, so the positive trigger lets me see Serika at the scene. Everyone there at the scene. Yeah, so if this is your first time watching this, we're pretty deep into this visual novel. And generally for these VNs, I don't really commentate as much. I read them and then I try to give like comments here and there about the writing. Or now, since it's been such a long time since I've read this, I'm trying to jog my memory. There's a lot of strong writing in this particular VN though. Okay, so I think what else is going to be a good thing to do is to double check who's the main writer for this route. So for this, VNDB Chaos Child. The last route we read was written by the writer of Steins Gate, which was the Hana route. For this one, the Uki route, let's double check here. Uki was written by Yasumoto Toru. who wrote the Hinai route, the Nono route, and the Uki route. Okay, so Yasumoto Toru. In the Aramura route, or in this route right here? Because how this works is, you know how in a lot of visual novels, not all of them, but a decent amount of them, there's a common route. And the common route, think of it like a tree, okay? The trunk is the common route. And that's all the information that is taken to build upon. And so, because Chaos Child is a very, very, very long visual novel, it has multiple routers. And these multiple writers have to take a pool of common information and then branch off into their own routes and then try to borrow from each other's like common information, right? So each route has a different kind of style and a different kind of focus because there's different characters, obviously. And the trunk of the tree is all the common information they use to borrow from each other. And so to get to this point right here, you have to, like I said, it's been a very long time. You have to answer certain questions in a way that leads us down here. So we go all the way back up the trunk, and our decision making has led us to this point. The decisions we made are going to be kind of hard to remember. Let's see. Obviously focus on Uki. A lot of the answers were negative about her, which seems to imply that we had a negative interpretation of Uki, but on the final decision until we went into Uki's route, we had a positive one. And remember how initially in the common story, we had a bad impression of Uki, in the sense that we were originally scared of her, right? She could have possibly been the killer. She's a character who has powers like we do. We saw her at the hospital with taking care of the patients there, and we don't actually really know much about Uki. We know that she is... Oh man, it's been so freaking long. She's one of the first experiments done for done on the psychics. She was left behind and abandoned. She takes care of most of all the failed research subjects, and honestly, that's almost as much as I remember. She looks the same way that she did years ago when she was in school, and the only person who actually knows what she looked like when she was younger would be the person who got killed. We are at the scene of the crime right now. Yui, our sister, the main character's sister, she's chopped up into little bits and put into boxes in front of us. That's about as much as I remember for the time being. I'm trying to remember other things besides objective information, though. Let's keep moving forward, and then hopefully things will jog my memory. But again, remember, butterfly is pretty fitting. Butterfly has a bunch of connotations.
Oi, Taku? Ne tte ba.
So, like I said, butterfly has a bunch of connotations depending on the culture you're from. A butterfly can represent a metamorphosis because, I mean, obviously, right? You change from a pupa to a larva to a caterpillar. Is this a larva, caterpillar? Whatever. You change into a butterfly, right? A huge transformative process. Nothing too surprising there. You already know about that connotation. A butterfly can also represent access to an otherly world, right? The reason for that is because of certain connotations that it has in, like, say, Asian culture, where there's this famous story about the death of two lovers. You probably have some memory of it. Two lovers in, at least in the Chinese retelling of it, the butterfly lovers, right? I believe originally it was the guy who jumped to his death, and then the woman jumps right after. And from From their death is two butterflies that come from. I think they might have jumped into a well, if I recall correctly. And from their death spawn like two butterflies, right? So you have that kind of connection with death, with suicide, and also the otherly realm, right? Where you see butterflies is where you would see people who have died, or where you're very close to that kind of otherworldly realm.
こんなところで寝ると風邪ひくわよ。タクルに起きなよ。
Also remember that Takeru as a main character is a character who obviously is highly delusional. It's not much of a surprise here. He doesn't have many. He isn't that socially aware, even though he thinks he is. And each route wants to take a different aspect of his character and try to build upon it. Every route has a different Takeru. And it's also important to remember, this is the last thing I'm going to say before we continue, is that I forgot the term for this, but whatever the term, megalomaniac? Something maniac, right? Whatever the term is for psychic in this game, they have access to what is called the... for now, I'll call it negative energy, because once again, I'm forgetting all the correct terms for this game. It's been a long time. So they have access to negative energy, and how it works is they take the negative energy from the Diraxi, thank you, and they throw it into the air of where we live, right? So let's say I'm a gigalomaniac, and I want to convince you that what's in front of us is an amazing stream. Okay, right? What's in front of us right now is like triple A, high budget, crazy sponsorships stream right in front of you, right? So I, as a gigalomaniac, will take negative energy from the direct sea, I'll toss it into the air, and then I'm going to convince you that this is the most amazing scene in the world. I have to project my image of what I see onto you. And if we're not close enough, then I can't project that image. And I also, once again, have to throw that energy into the setting. If I don't do that, then I can't show you the image of what I'm trying to project onto you, which would be, this is a good stream. And I think the key thing here is that the choices that we're making as we go onto these routes are there to try to convince as many people within our setting that this is the story, this is a way to change what's happening, right? Because as far as I'm aware, most of these routes didn't end up too happily. The ending for the common route, I don't recall that being too amazing in terms of like, oh well, this is great, everything's hunky dory, right? Hana's route. Was it Kana's route? The girl with the lovely glasses. There we go. That was kind of okay, right? It was a funny way of going about it. It was like one of those Godzilla movies again. Aramura's route was incredibly depressing. I'm hoping for Uki's route we're going to be okay. And we got Nono's route as well, so here we go. So if I had to guess how these routes are supposed to work, we're going to take common information that we want from the routes, pull them together, use that common information to make us believe into something else, and then we're going to go to the true end. The other VN where you could change which characters you trusted was Root Double. Yeah, and that had to do with an enneagram, actually, regarding characters. Oh man, it's been a long time, but it's a psychology thing. An enneagram regarding characters' core traits as well as their core weaknesses and insecurities. And each character in Root Double represented one of those spots on the enneagram. You can look it up. Enneagram, I don't know how to spell it. ENNEAGRAM.
Yui!
Okay, so I'm a little bit scared already. Yui should be dead. Okay, so I'm already thinking that maybe D energy was thrown to the air. Let's put it that way.
ユイ、お前なんで生きてんだ。
ああ、やめてタクルに。ちょっとタク？よしなさいってば。一体どうしたの？
どうしたって、ユイが殺されたんだ。
はあ？私生きてるよ。ほら。
でも伊藤がナイフで。
え？犯人俺かよ。勘弁してくれ。いくら寝ぼけてるったって悪趣味だぞお前。
Well, I mean, it came as a shock the first time we saw it, and I had to look at his eyes to pretty much make the correct answer out of all of that.
寝ぼけって。もしかして夢？
当たり前だろ。
どうして私が殺されなくちゃいけないの？
Okay, so how far back are we? I'm already perturbed. Hey, Sylvius. I'm not sure if you want to be here for Chaos Child, unless you read it already. I get the feeling that you'd be a person who'd appreciate this. Also, by the way, eventually, when I get time to lab, I'm thinking of seriously labbing Goku Blue. Yeah, Soroki.
そうだよな。伊藤がユイを殺す理由なんて。
Senri Minamisawa. Senri Minamisawa. Maybe this route's kind of perfect. I mean, if you think about it, I've lost all my memory of this visual novel already. I'm trying to remember everything, like thematic value of it, writing structure, just basic objective information. It's like my memory's been rewritten. Senri. Senri was the girl that we saw at the hospital when we were younger, right? Is that Senri? Just want to make sure.
もうびっくりだよ。みんな緊張して時間が過ぎるのを待ってたのに。宮代先輩だけ居眠りしてるんだから。
Okay.
そっか。悪かったな。
いろんなことがあったから疲れてるのよ。変な夢もそのせいだと思うわ。お父さんに見てもらう？
いや、いい。もう大丈夫。それより今何時だ？事件は？
午前0時なんてとうに過ぎたよ。何も起きてない。
I'm trying to remember. Past midnight. Why did midnight matter? Midnight mattered because the killer has timed certain deaths to replicate the deaths of several years ago. Okay.
何も？
ああ、これで間違いない。事件は全て終わったんだ。
タクル？
でも新庄さんからの電話だと。
新庄さんの電話って？
え？
何のことだ？
Okay, how far back have we gone?
Huh?
Because this is what I'm thinking, and most likely it's at least somewhere around that ballpark. Uki, who has the ability to show entire scenes from her thoughts, has activated her power, and we're somewhere on a weird timeline right now. Well, not like we didn't travel in the past, but like we're pretty much talking about like this is not reality. Or, you know, it could be made into reality, right? That's something that we want to happen. Sort of, in a way that's meaningful. Not like Aramura's route. I'm sorry if you haven't finished that one yet. 29th?
あの電話も夢だったのか。
Huh. Really was over. Okay.
ねえタク、本当に平気？やっぱり見てもらった方が。
だから大丈夫だって。クルスが言った通り疲れてるだけだからって。顔が近い。
No, no. Serga being close to me, I'm okay with that. Please.
山添は？
ウキちゃんなら今佐久間先生に呼ばれてお手伝いを。宮代さん、何か。
Okay, well, I'm glad you're back. Honestly, she's one of the people I really want to know the most about. If you have the heart to take care of, like, patients like Uki has, you have my heart, like, really.
ああ、いや、別に。
そうですか。皆さん何か飲み物はいかがですか？
Honestly, yeah, I could use a drink. I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna go grab, so I had a party at my house, I think, was it 2 or 3 days ago? I don't remember anymore. I lost track of time that quickly. And a bunch of the guys left a bunch of alcohol on the counter. So let me see what I can grab. I'm trying to just, like, oh man, bounce my head back into gear. The dead Senri Minamisawa was actually being Riko Haida, not an alias. Yeah, and Riko Haida supposedly was the pyromaniac. There we go. So I have a bottle of Suntory whiskey. It's mostly emptied, which I'm assuming is the reason why Dom left it here. Well, I mean, I don't know if Dom brought this, but I'm assuming he did. This is something that he would drink. Japanese whiskey, huh?
Ah, 私グレープフルーツジュースがいいな。
俺はコーヒ
オレンジジュース。宮代さんはいつものでいいですか？マウンテン何でしたっけ？
Mountain Dew?
ちょっとダメよみんな。ウキちゃんはメイドじゃないんだから。我が家はセルフサービスです。いえ、いいんです。私がやりたいんですから。
You know, I just remembered something. A concept that I'm really interested in. And I wrote it down a long time ago. But the idea is, when is the lie more important than the truth? And we might be going back into that again with this route. But you know, given how Chaos Child works, when we're in a setting where we can't tell what's the truth anymore, I feel like that's kind of relevant, right? And then for me, how I've been able to structure this visual novel in my own thoughts has been a lot along the lines of like having faith for characters, because if you can't tell what's a lie or truth anymore, then where do we go? And you know, this visual novel is taking us down multiple routes with different interpretations of the core themes, focusing more on certain things than others because it's relevant to the characters. And it's relevant to it's relevant to making the main character become something other than what he was at the end of the common route, right? I think that's ultimately the goal here. That we have to build the main character into someone who can find the true ending. Okay. Let's bounce back. This is actually kind of helpful now. In the end, nothing happened on October 28th, which means that was the scheduled next death. And in the original Chaos Head, the prequel to this, that was when the Yummy Hand happened. She realized that she couldn't escape the police and set herself on fire. Okay, so that's our assumption on this route. Right.
けどそれって事実なのか?
Okay, so again, we're trying to figure out if it's true. Like, have all the murders finally ended? This happened before. When did it happen? It happened in the common route. And the worst ones were the ones who would post information about the killer, and not just the killer herself, but her family and relatives. So replace her with him, right? Because that happened at the end of the common route.
でも
So things are acting irregularly, like how they wouldn't happen in actual reality. I'm thinking about that. Is that something that would happen in real life? I mean, this entire city of Shibuya, essentially reborn, right? We call it like Neo Shibuya if we wanted to, has been consumed by the fervor of all these new murder cases, and then suddenly, bam, no one talks about it again. This is something that, like, people were worried about. People were talking about leaving Shibuya because of it. But at the same time, yeah, that does happen. Like, when's the last time we talked about the possible missile being launched at Hawaii?
ちょっとタクル？
え？あ。
何を考えてるのかしら？
何ってその
まさか事件のことじゃないわよね。もう解決したんだから、あとは専門家に任せなさいって言ったはずだけど。
Okay, so if Nono manages to convince us here, then effectively the murders should stop. And I mean, you know the reason why if you recall the common route.
いや、僕だってこの事件に関しては専門家。
これ以上首を突っ込むようなら分かってるわよね。
はい。けどもうちょっと優しく言ってくれたってな。
このくらい叱らないと言うこと聞かないでしょ、あなたは。
Okay, so there's a bit of information I'm trying to remember right now. Again, I'm trying to use the stream to remember everything as we're going. Nono regularly visits the grave of her friend. Her friend was Senri Minamisawa. And in the common route, she mentioned how she wants to believe that she's still alive. That's pretty obvious, right? But also that she didn't exactly see her die. She died because of, we think, maybe the earthquake. Senri was one of the characters that was experimented on. And there's this lapse of information that I don't remember. It's been a long time. And the thing I'm trying to remember is something that might jog my memory. I read this again. Right. That Serika wasn't there. That Serika shouldn't know anything about Senri Minamisawa. And we remember why that is the case.
何度も言わせないで。タクルの考えてることなんてお見通し。顔にすぐ出るもの。
あ、そうですか。
And I really like Nono too, actually. As someone who's really perceptive about communication, I've broken it down in previous streams. I have a lot of respect for that.
とにかくそのマップ処分させてもらうわ。
In a way,
邪魔で仕方ないし。
now that I think about it, it's because of someone like Nono that Takuru is able to kind of like function in, you know, daily life. That is the kind of their relationship if you think about it. She's like a sister, even like a mom, to the people in the orphanage, and to Takuru to some degree as well.
お手伝いします。助かるわ、ウキちゃん。そっち側持っててくれる？はい。
Okay, so the murders for this route should end.
何？
いや、その
文句があるなら正当な理由を納得できるように述べて。
いえ、なんでもないです。すみません。
There's really no reason for me to do the Fate visual novels. I've read them already, right? My favorite Fate route is actually Heaven's Feel. In terms of writing, it's been a long time though, so I could be remembering incorrectly. But Nasu, the writers of Fate Stay Night and, you know, other relevant works, he's really good at several things that I admire him for. It's pretty obvious. I admire him for his ability to make a setting that's really all-encompassing. So he's able to put a lot of details to make a setting and a premise really interesting. But in terms of like actual execution of writing, I don't consider him that strong amongst other visual novel writers. That isn't to say that I don't think Nasu is a good writer. I like him, right? I'm a huge Type Moon fan, let's be real here. But when it comes to like really well done, highly executed writing structure with, I don't know, pinpoint accuracy of words that convey images and stuff like that, Nasu's not the guy. Now, if you want to talk about Nasu in world building, yeah, you got that right. If you want to talk about Nasu and interesting character concepts, you got that. And Nasu is appreciated for that. Everyone talks about that. That's the reason why you read him in the first place, right? You don't go to Charles Dickens if you don't like... Calling Charles Dickens verbose seems like an insult, but don't take that as an insult. The reason why Charles Dickens has such a large amount of words per page, that some of which might be filler, is because of how he was paid, right? He was paid by the word, and that was how he got his money back in the day. And so his... What's a good novel by him? Great Expectations, as an example, is a novel that has a really long, wordy structure for how he conveys its story. But, like, I usually end up appreciating novelists who are able to write with more word economy, like poets. And if you don't know what I mean by word economy, it's you choose a word, let's say just one word, and that word is the perfect word for what you're trying to convey, versus using multiple words to convey that one idea, right? And you don't have to always be like super accurate with your word choices, right? But when you do, it can help narrow in on the image that you're trying to convey via your writing. And different writers all have different kinds of styles when it comes to this. And you don't always have to use like super high level writing. You can be an amazing writer and write for the layman, which would be like, I don't know, like Old Man to Sea as an example.
タクは相変わらず弱いね。情けないね。ヘタレだね。本当です。がっかりです。幻滅です。
Interesting. They're using really strong punctuation. So punctuation like this, as an example, you use it to emphasize certain things. So full stop, period, right? Versus comma versus whatever you can do to make the sentence longer. Nono is really good at balancing out her sentence structure, which helps convey her character better. She is someone who knows communication really well, and so she knows how to say, stop doing that, period, 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 right? And that creates emphasis. That same thing is happening right here. Really, I'm disappointed. I expected better of you. And if you want to become a better person at communicating, you need to use different types of styles, depending on what you're trying to say, right? So if you speak very quickly and you end your sentences very abruptly, it can come off as rude, or it can come off as emphasis. It depends on what you're trying to convey.
僕が弱いんじゃないからな。クルスが強すぎるんだからな。
タクルってば、よっぽど私に怒られるのが好きなのね。
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest here, it kind of comes off as really attractive.
そんなことないです。すみません。
I don't know why. Am I always that kind of guy? I like to piss off cute things. Like whenever I have my cats in my house, I like ruffle their hairs and I make them like have to groom themselves again. I'm a bad owner. Oh, so she's living a regular life now.
Is...
So in a way, this world is the dream, right? This is the dream world that we always wanted. Cases are solved. Everyone's back together as friends. No one's a suspected murderer. Ito is our comic relief yet once again. Serika is an angel, right guys?
なんだよ。
部室の中の女子率が超高え。つうか宮代が邪魔。
Oh, shut up, Ito.
邪魔で悪かったな。
なんか部屋全体がすげえいい匂いするし、新聞部とは思えねえ。
全国の新聞部の皆さんに謝れ。
俺にもついに彼女とかできそうな気がするよ。
間違いなく気のせいだぞそれ。
なになに？こそこそ何の話してるの？
ああ、次の新聞は何をトップ記事にしようかって相談だ。
ダウト。伊藤先輩は嘘をついています。
え？そんなことないぞ。なあ、宮代。
Lying about what? Let me see. Taku. Oh, we were just talking about what our next top article should be for the newspaper. Okay, we were talking about girls.
伊藤、無駄だ。
ひなちゃんに嘘ついてもバレバレだよ。
うわ、俺って学習能力ねえ。
先輩たちってばひどい。私をネタにしてやらしい話をしてたんですね。
What? No!
それはしてない。
I was talking about Serika.
またまた嘘ついてます。やっぱり私を使ってあんな想像やこんな妄想を。
Okay, look, Arimura, I like you as a character. I really do. I love this character, right? It's just that we're focused on someone else right now. How do you cover your chest and your thighs?
ちょっとタクル、伊藤くん。
だから違うって。お前、誤解を招くようなこと言うな。クルスが本気で切れたら何されるかわからないだろう。
思いっきり聞こえてるわよ。
You know, now that I think about it, have I ever complained about the slice of life scenes in Chaos Child? I don't think I have I? That's a good thing. It's probably because of how impactful they are still. Like how they add to the character, how you need that tension break, given how much tension there is in this visual novel. Like, it's a necessity. If you don't have it, then it's gonna kill you.
前から思ってたんですけど、宮代先輩とクルス先輩ってなんか何？夫婦みたいですね。はあ？恐ろしい妻のご機嫌を気にしていつもビクビクしてるダメな夫って感じで。誰が恐ろしい妻なの？
妙なこと口走るのやめろ。恐ろしいの部分は同意するが。
Ow, okay. I keep forgetting. So, if you don't know, the main character's voice actor is Kirito. I almost went that. I went like that at first, like, oh my god, Kirito? But he has this amazing affinity with like making sound effects when he's in pain. No, seriously. It makes me laugh every single time.
うわ、痛そう。
お前までなんだよ。
What is this? Yeah, but was that supposed to be funny? Yeah, sure. Funny. We'll leave it at that.
すみません。ほら、もっと笑って笑って。
You know, so I'm kind of curious. Like, if this is what I think it is, and this is the recreation of the world through Uki's mind, then how accurate is it? Like, I don't know, can I go outside and watch a movie? Would you have that, like, done perfectly? Can I go watch, like, Terminator 2? I'll be right back.
ウキちゃん、いつもそうやって笑顔でいるといいわ。かわいい。ゴミを捨てに行ってきます。
I don't know how to sign that yet. I know how to sign I will. Will is this. Go. Okay, I can sign I will go, but I don't know how to say throw out the garbage. I will go. Throw. Okay, I have to ask throw out. I learned garbage too. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you don't actually know, I've been learning sign language the last few days. I'm being serious. I'm not remotely joking. I'm writing this down. No, seriously, I'm writing this down right now. Okay. Oh, it's on my other page. Whoops. Hang on. Let's to switch the input. Ah! Oh crap! I just dropped the controller on the ground. Is it okay? Oh, it's not like an arcade stick, so I should be fine. Okay.
あれは卑怯だ。不良少年がちょっといいことするとすげえいい人に見えるのと同じだ。騙されちゃいけないですよ先輩。
いや、山添は騙そうと思ってるわけじゃないからな。
このままだと新聞部のアイドルの座が危ない。新聞部のアイドルは私だよ。簡単にこの座は明け渡さないから。ほほー、いいでしょう。勝負ですセリ。望むところだ。
いや、お前らさ、
Okay, so now we have we had I think our very first slice of life scene post a very heavily stressful event, and I'm going to imagine this is going to act as a scene that's going to be juxtaposed to the feature scenes, right? Usually this won't just last forever, but my guess is going to last for quite a while, and then something happens. What a surprise, right? Not really. The main reason why I say that, though, is because if Uki really created this world, then wouldn't you want it to last?
やっぱり何にも決まらなかった。
だからね、何度も言ってるけど、渋谷復興祭の裏側を取材して、そのレポートをすればいいじゃない。
Okay, so back to life as usual. We are the newspaper club, which obviously means we have a job to do.
私もそれがいいと思うな。楽しそうだし。
異議なし。ミスコンとかもあるらしいぜ。ぜひ裏側を取材させてほしいものですな。
Fucking Ito. Thinking about it now, we haven't really spent any time at the festival whatsoever.
やっぱり伊藤先輩ってそういう人なんですね。金輪際、私に近づかないでくださいね。
君は冗談も通じんのか？
だから嘘をついてもわかります。冗談で言ってないですよね。
復興祭のレポートとかそんなのどこでもやるだろう。僕はやっぱりニュージェネの狂気の再来事件の検証をちゃんとすべきだと思う。なんか気になるんだよ。もちろんその南沢千里さんのこととかはうまくぼかして隠し、
しつこいなお前も。あれはもういいって。それこそあっちこっちのサイトでやってるだろ。
What is? Of course, we won't go into too much detail about Senri Minamisawa. I made my suggestion trying to be delicate towards Kurusu as possible. Okay, so emphasizing that we're not going to get back into the case.
私もそう思いますよ。というか、ぶっちゃけ思い出したくないですし。
和樹はどうだ？僕の意見をどう思う？
ん？
You know, now that I think about it, wouldn't Kazuki be someone who would be an appreciator of sign language?
じゃあ山添は？
私は別に皆さんの決めたものでいいです。
それが決まらないから聞いてるんだけどな。
すみません。ダメだよタク。ウキちゃんをいじめちゃ。
いじめてないって。彼女だってもう新聞部員なんだ。意見があるならちゃんと尊重したいだろなあ。
いえ、私は特に意見とかないので。すみません。
いや別に謝らなくてもいいけどさ。
You want to press pause? Do you need a break? Oh, it's because normally you watch the archives, right, Wolf? I'm actually kind of surprised. The Chaos Child archives are like way back in the day. 3 months ago? 2 months ago? Something like that.
それじゃあタク、のんちゃん、ウキちゃん、また明日ね。皆さんお疲れ様でした。
Yeah, yeah, but I'm really happy that you guys are still checking out the archives. Especially for this, right? Out of like so many things that I've covered, this is something that I think is relevant to people's lives, especially nowadays. Like, I know it's not like the most exciting stream. I'm not streaming this because I want to get a lot of viewers. I'm streaming this because the VN means something to me.
お疲れ様。
じゃあな。
Oh, here. Let me sign something to you. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I point to myself. That's I. I do the rise up pose. I'm not even kidding. You know the Street Fighter V rise up pose? That's how you say love. And then I point to you. What does that mean? Oh, thank you. That's a compliment. There, you just learned how to say I love you.
ねえタクル。
ん？
I Street Fighter challenge you? No, please.
どう？元気？
How would I respond to that in sign language? Let's see. Hang on. There we go. This is... Oh, there we go. I did it. So from the top of my lips down to my palm. Good.
いろいろあったけど、もう元気になったかなって。ほら、タクルって結構一人で抱え込んじゃうから。
いろいろか。見ればわかるだろ。もう大丈夫、すっかり元気だよ。そろそろトレーラーハウスに戻れると思うし。
え？戻る気なの？
Yeah, so that makes sense. Ever since... Essentially, because the crimes are over, I'm just gonna go back to the RV. This guy lives in an RV in a homeless park.
いつまでも居候してるのは良くない。
そんな、もともとタクルの家なんだから、いいとか悪いとかないでしょう。
いや、僕にとってもさ、良くない気がする。このままだと甘えっぱなしになりそうだから。
いいのに、甘えても。
聞いたか山添。お前証人になってくれ。今度クルスに怒られそうになったら甘えていいって言ったろって反論するから。
Wait, what?
はい、わか かりました。
ダメよダメ。それとこれとは話が別。
Is this gonna be a reversal? Let me see.
わかりました。
おいおい、お前はどっちの味方だよ。
それは、すみません。
ねえウキちゃん。
Nope, never mind. So I read that as a reversal. Why? Because of this. Not sure if this is really important to you, but you can kind of see what I'm thinking. Let's see. So the conversation, the tension that happened earlier is that the main character is going to go back to the RV instead of staying at Alba Dorm where he originally lived, right? Because he originally was an orphan of the Shibuya earthquake. And I thought the reversal was going to happen here, which was there's nothing wrong with being spoiled, right? As if Takeru was trying to get that line out of her, and then he says, "Did you hear that, Yamazoe? You can be my witness. Whenever Kurusu gets mad at me from now on, I can tell her she said it's okay for me to be spoiled, right?" And then the reversal, if it was going to happen, was, okay, I'm going to stick at the Alba dorm, but remember what you just said. You can't get pissed off at me. It's okay to be spoiled, right? I thought that was going to happen. That would be a very smooth line from the main character, something I wasn't expecting, but that would show like his growth as a person.
はい。
今度の日曜ショッピングに行かない？
ショッピング？
ウキちゃんの部屋ほとんど何もないでしょ？それにお洋服だってあんまり持ってないみたいだし。
Oh, looks like Uki's in good hands though. God, man, my room's been like that for years.
でも別に困っていないので。
Well, not exactly. My room isn't that empty. It's more like messy. I have a bed, a closet, and clothes all over the floors.
ダメ。お部屋を明るくすれば気持ちだって明るくなるわ。それに女の子なんだから少しはおしゃれもしなくちゃ。タクルもそう思うでしょ？
え？なあ、もちろんじゃないか。おしゃれはリア充生活のための第一歩だしな。
Is it really?
ほらね、タクルも付き合ってくれるって。だから行きましょう。
God, man, thinking about it now, I haven't really bought clothing for myself in quite a while. I just wear the same jury outfit.
は？
あれもこれも買わなきゃいけないんだもの。女の子二人じゃ持ちきれないわ。
要するに荷物持ちだろ。
Yeah, but she wants you to spend time with her too. That's the reason why she kind of... honestly, that's a little bit like guilt tripping.
違うわ。可愛い女の子二人とデートさせてあげるって言ってるの。
Okay, my mistake. Yeah, wrong interpretation.
そこで黙り込まないでくれる？言っちゃって自分で後悔してるんだから。
Yeah, I know, right?
とにかく今度の日曜は開けといてね。
でも私なんかのためにそんなご迷惑を。
ちょっとウキちゃん。私なんかとか言っちゃダメ。あと変な遠慮もやめること。私たちはね、もう友達。家族なんだから。タクルにも言ったけど、甘えるときは素直に甘えてほしいの。
家族？
そう、家族よ、ウキちゃん。
You know, I wonder who Nono's voice actress is.
ああ、それとね、タクルのことを宮代さんっていうのもそろそろやめにしましょう。
Okay, just don't call me older brother.
タクルもよ。うちの家族はね、 お互い名前で呼び合うのがルールだから。
Oh yeah, that's right. I keep calling you No-No. I'm so sorry about that. Wait, no, I keep calling you Kurusu. Man, now that I think about it, how awkward would that be? No, seriously, right? Like, when you talk to friends, you don't call them by their last name. I don't call Scott Lockhart. I don't call Tommy... God, do I even know Tommy's last name? Is it Williams? I think it is, right? Fuck, now I feel bad. Oh, Tommy's last name is Blackout. His first name is Sutton. Ah, completely forgot. How could I? Bridcut Sarah Emmy. Okay. Tommy Wiseau. No, please. Was it Wiseau or Wiseau?
いいんでしょうか、そんな失礼なこと。
失礼じゃないわよ。遠慮はダメって言ったでしょ。
はい。
タクルも了解？
了解。山添じゃなくて。
Half Australian, half Japanese. Huh, okay.
タクルさん。
Bridcut Sarah Emmy. What a name. That's so awesome. So, this voice actress has done Chaos Child, no surprise there. Her most recent role was 27/8/25 in the title Kotonoha Amrilato? What the hell is that? A 10 to 30-hour visual novel. Developer Sukera Sparrow. Never heard of this in my life. It is a vanilla. There is multiple endings. It's not 18 plus. Looks like a really heartwarming... It's a Yuri? Is she the main character? Oh my god. She is the main character. Wow, okay.
二人とも合格。じゃあタクル、日曜よろしくね。
But in total, she's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 roles. Well, actually, more like 7. There's 2 of them that are kind of the same thing. She began in 2014, so she's fairly new. Essentially, her first major work, I would say, is Chaos Child, which happened at the end of 2014. Wow. Or Date Life. Was she a major role in that? Whatever. I think the thing I want to say though is that I'm really happy when people get to break out in roles like this, like Kirito. If we're gonna be super honest here, that voice actor got really big after Sword Art Online, right? And then he's done many roles afterwards. And for this, I feel like this voice actress broke out with Chaos Child, and she does a good job. It's like acting, right? I like seeing actors do well at movies, especially the new ones. Mondaiji Taichi. Huh, okay.
それじゃあ決まりね。楽しみだわ。
家族。
So I guess the real question is, what's gonna cause this all to collapse? Besides it most likely not being real, but still. Asuka. Mondaiji Taichi. I'm curious. I don't know what that is, actually. Is it a really good anime? Mondaiji Tachi. Mondaiji Tachi. Which is, problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? What the fuck? This is a isekai? Okay, she was Asuka Kodo. She was this character.
ウキちゃん、迷子にならないようにね。
はい。
Oh, she's had a decent amount of anime roles. she was in the Kantai Collection movie. Okay.
タクルちゃんも気をつけるのよ。
Okay, so maybe not that new, but yeah, it feels kind of new though. 3 years, 4 years now
今すぐ
actually.
帰ってもいいんだぞ僕は。
ダメだよタク。今日は最後まで付き合ってもらうんだから。
What the hell? Why do you pose like that? No, that's something that would happen like a joke. You know what I mean? Here, I'll show you I'm showing you what I'm talking about. So like, she's like the third wheel, except 1, 2, 3. She's the fourth wheel. Not that I'm dating either of them, but it's just kind of funny. So here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because I would do this for jokes all the time, and she's kind of sticking out in a way that looks really like she's a fourth wheel, pretty much. Hang on, let me try to find a picture to show you what the hell I'm talking about. There we go. Oh no, you saw that I'm putting this over Dragon Ball Fighters. Here we go. Take Mikan. How do I adjust this angle? Yeah, that's not right. No, that ain't right. No. Yeah, there we go. She's popping up on the side. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing there? No, seriously, what are you doing in this game? You see what I mean? It's like she has that pose too. That really angled again.
お前が言うなっていうかなんでお前までいるんだよ。
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. What the hell are you doing here?
ひどいな。私がいちゃダメなの？ 今のはすっごく傷つくですよ。最低です。
What the fuck?
セリに謝るべきです。
What are you doing here?
偉そうに意見してるとこ悪いがお前のことも呼んでないからな。
I mean, we're all friends. I wouldn't mind you being here, but still. Oh, this is a new song. I never heard this before. No, we still got this route, Nono's route, and the true end. Not counting that I gotta beat this again.
いいか尾上有村、最初に断っておくぞ。僕が持つのは雨季の荷物だけだ。お前たちがどんなにアホなものを買おうと絶対に持たないからな。
アホなものなんて買わないよ。宮代先輩がいつまで経っても童貞野郎な理由が今分かっちゃいました。
Wow.
おい有村、お前やっぱり帰れ。
童貞？
Don't even answer that question.
雨季はそういうこと覚えなくていいからな。
ほらほら、ウキちゃんに妙なこと教えないの。時間なくなっちゃうから行くわよ。
Hey, hang on. I will teach you a new word.
ねえ先輩、この服なんてどうすか？
わあ、素敵。綺麗な色。
それ私が欲しいな。
どう、ウキちゃん？
いいと思います。
Oh, let me see. I might have put. Yeah, there we go. Because the overlay is a little bit messed up when I moved it by accident. Oh, now it's really messed up. Hang on. Let's remove this.
そっか。ウキはこういうのは好きじゃないのか。そんなことは。私がいるんだから嘘ついても分かっちゃうよ。
Yeah, that should be fixed.
ねえタク、これとこれどっちのスカートがいいと思う？
ああ、右だな、右。
Why?
そう？でもこんなフリフリ私に似合うかな。
ってそれお前の買い物かよ。ウキの服を探せよ。
もうそんな怒らなくてもいいのに。すみません、タクルさん。
What are you apologizing for? No.
もう帰りましょう。私やっぱりお洋服とかいらないので。
What? Hell no! This is our job.
いや、そんなつもりで言ったんじゃ。
けど
今日はウキの買い物に来たんだし。なあ、僕もあまり人のこと言えないけど、ウキはちょっと気にしすぎだと思う。この前クルスも言ってたけどさ、己の10分の1くらいならわがまま言っても構わないし。
私の悪口ですか？聞こえてますけど。
ということだから僕のことは構わなくていいよ。
ありがとうございます。ごめんなさい。
ほらほら2人とも次行くわよ。
なんだよ。
タクルってば、たまには私にもそのくらい優しくしてくれてもいいのにな。
だからなんだよそれ。
Oh, for people who finish this route, do you know how long it is? Just so I can have a good idea. Because if you can finish this route tonight, if I finish this route tonight, I gotta get work pretty early in the morning tomorrow, though. But whatever, I can do it.
ねえみんな、パルクはどうかしら。お洋服だけじゃなくて他にも揃えたいものあるし。
Oh, it's shorter. Okay.
うわー、かわいい。いいですね。
This place? We've been here before. Well, not in this route, but this is cute. Is it?
これで決まりじゃない？
Parkit was a shop that sold natural fashion-style clothes. Yeah, I guess. After having Uki try on several different outfits, they finally found one they liked. Okay, yeah, that is pretty simple, but it looks nice on her. I'm not actually sure. So I have an assignment due in 6 days, so responsibly, I should try to chip away at it every single night. And I'm thinking about how to finish the rest of Chaos Child in a meaningful way. I don't even really know what that is. So there's a Fate Stay Night anime happening this season? I didn't know that.
見違えたよ。
Oh, it's the Fate Extra, isn't it?
りがとうございます。じゃあこの服にします。
せっかくだからタグ取ってもらってこのまま着ていかない？
はい。
ラクル、ウキちゃんの制服袋に入れてもらったから持っててね。
はいはい。
Is it a sequel of some sort?
ダメです。悪いです。私が持ちます。
任せちゃっていいのよ。今日はそのためについてきてもらったんだから。
Okay.
だってさ、女帝様の言うことは聞いといた方がいい。それにさっきも言ったろ、気使わなくていいって。
ねえウキちゃん、こっちに可愛いアクセあるよ。見てみな。
ほら呼んでる。行ってきなよ。
それじゃあ少しの間だけお願いします。
ありがとうタクル、助かるわ。
いや、まあその、なんだよ、僕もクルスに色々としてもらったしさ。リハビリの時とか新聞部を作る時とか。
Man, you know, the thing is, I never expected to see a Type Moon work animated by Shaft. Thinking right now, God, we've gone a long way, haven't we? We've gone from Dean to UFO Table to whatever the hell the last season's Fate Stay Night was. I already forgotten. It was the one with Stoffel in it, Apocrypha, right? And now we're on Fate Extra with Shaft? What the hell? I kind of missed the old marriage though, you know? Type Moon and UFO Table was like my one true pair.
ほら、少しは恩に感じてくれてるんだ。
当たり前だろ。
だったらもっとたくさん恩返ししてもらわなくっちゃね。
Oh, they had a plan for a while? Okay. I'm happy for them, man. Anything for more fans of Type Moon.
ダメだよウキ。下着も可愛いの揃えないと。いえ、私は普通ので。それじゃあつまんないじゃん。
Who's the director? Is it Shimbo?
向こうにランジェリーのお店あったよね。
Because honestly, if it's Shimbo, that's something I'm interested in reviewing. But, you know, one major anime should be Evergarden for me.
よし、私たちが選んであげよう。タク、のんちゃん、行くよ。
ほら行きましょうタクル。
って待て無理だからな。下着の店なんて入れるか。
Actually, it depends on which store. There's this really famous brand of underwear for women that it's okay for guys to go in because it's made for guys to sell underwear to women.
そんなことないわよ。彼女と一緒に選んであげてる男の子結構いるんだから。
I think it's Victoria's Secret, isn't it?
そうなのか。
タクルも早くそういう恋人ができるといいわね。
Yep. Main director is Akiyuki Shimbo. Score on my anime list, not too great, but I'll be there for the directing.
お前らな。
恋人。
What?
えっと、とりあえずこのくらいでいいかな。
Yeah, why not?
おう。
And there's a lot of fans of Saber out there. You get rid of one, someone's gonna be angry.
ねえウキちゃん、他に欲しいものはない？いえ、もう大丈夫です。そう？それじゃあ帰りましょうか。これで随分と女の子らしい部屋になるわ。
だといいな。ん？
思い出したの。タクルが昏睡から目を覚ました時のこと。あれからもう5年になるのね。あの時もこうやってタクルの身の回りのものを買いに来たのよ。
そうなのか？
私とのんちゃんで買い物したんだからね。感謝するように。
そっか、助かったよ2人とも。
ねえ、そういえば覚えてるセリカ。最後の最後でちょっと喧嘩しちゃったこと。
ああ、あれね。
You two fought before?
あの時はほんとショップの中で大激論したわ。タクルの下着はトランクスがいいかブリーフがいいかって。
Why?
そんなことで激論すんな。
ちなみにのんちゃんはトランクス、私は黒のブリーフがいいと言って譲りませんでした。
なんで黒だよ。
結局じゃんけんで私が負けちゃったんだ。残念だな。
Okay, so I'm wearing boxers right now because of you?
残念なのはお前の趣味だ。
タクは絶対にトランクスじゃないよ。ひなちゃんもそう思うでしょ？
いや、というか、そもそも宮代先輩が何を履いていようと、女の子の前でそれを晒すような色っぽい出来事なんて起こりそうにないわけで、
Oh,
関係ないのでは？
is Violet Evergarden actually outdubbed right now? Because I'm kind of impressed by that. But it's not out on Netflix, so how's it already dubbed? Well, it's not out on American Netflix.
ああ、確かにそうだね。
あら、ウキちゃんは？
Yeah, but that's cheating, man. You shouldn't cheat on rock, paper, scissors. It's a true, honest sport. Huh? Yeah, where is Uki? What the hell?
ウキ？
Sasaya?
好きなのか？そういうの。
すみません、つい。謝ることなんてないわ。見てるだけで癒されるものね。
私あれかやしとか好きだな。
私はパキラですかね、やっぱり。
Yeah, it seems like this season has a lot of really respectable works. I heard a lot of things about people enjoying Franks.
あ、そうだ。 せっかくだしウキちゃんのお部屋に何か飾ろうか。あんまり大きいのは持って帰れないし世話も大変だから小さいのになっちゃうけど。
無理です。私観葉植物のお世話したことありません。
I would say it's not that hard to do, but my lawn was dead for months.
そうなのか？
住んでいた地下のお部屋はお日様が当たらなくてみんな枯れてしまうので。
あ、そうだよな。
God, that's majorly unhealthy. In fact, how do you even get your like vitamin D? In fact, how long can you live without sunlight? Like, that's gonna be really bad for you, right? Let me think. If you just live in the darkness for like years upon years upon years. Okay, well, I mean, let's not think about that.
それなら大丈夫。ウキちゃんのお部屋ね、実は物置なんかにしておくのはもったいなかったのよ。日当たりとかとってもいいんだから。
Anime recommendations? I mean, you can always ask me. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the medium in general, but I have tons of things that I really loved.
ほら、好きなの探してこいよ、ウキ。小さな鉢植えくらいならまだ持てるし。
もしも一人で育てるのが難しそうなら私と一緒にどうかしら。
一緒に？
そう、私たちはもう家族なんだしね。
So you want an anime recommendations on the Discord? I can do that. We're kind of pretty filled though.
ってことで早くしろよな。僕の気が変わらないうちに。
Okay, I'll do it later.
はい。タクル兄、お待たせ。もういいよ。
You know, I was kind of worrying about Yui. How's she doing now?
どれどれ？
Because technically she should be dead.
ふふん。タクってば絶対にびっくりするよ。
しますよ。
Like we had 2 lines from Yui.
そんなに。
Oh wow. This room was bare. Huh, they got a bunch of pictures too? Really cute. I should have these two design my room. My room is so boring. It's not even kidding. Oh man. Ugh, my room is boring and it's a mess. The worst combo, like really. Do you happen to have Amazon Prime Wolf Seeker? Because if you do, there's a pretty easy recommendation for you right now. Sorry. What did you use a hospital as a reference? Beautiful photos and attractive frames now hung on the empty white walls, which had looked like something from a hospital room. Okay. Schefflera, I think is how you pronounce it? Schefflera? Also known as a dwarf umbrella tree, an evergreen decorative plant with many palm-shaped leaves at the end of its branches. It's hardy and able to avoid leaf scald even in direct sunlight, and cold resistant to boot, which makes it a relatively easy plant to raise. Oh, so it's super easy mode to raise. Okay.
すごいな。
でしょ。
どうしたウキ？
こんな素敵なお部屋初めてで、どこにいればいいのかわからなくて。
自分の部屋なんだから堂々としてればいいじゃないか。ベッドにでも座ってろよ。
ベッドに誘うとか先輩やらしい。
誘ってないだろ。お前いつもそんなことばっか言ってるな。
Yeah, were you always that way? What the hell?
もうそんなムキにならなくても先輩冗談が通じなさすぎます。
お前のは冗談に聞こえないんだよ。ああ、もういい。部長の僕がそろそろ結論を出したいと思う。
結論も何も復興祭の裏側レポートで問題ないじゃん。
Oh, so we're having issues just choosing an assignment? Well, maybe it's because Takaru feels uneasy about the murders just being left behind, which is something that, you know, it's what got him in trouble in the first place. But
いや、いくらなんでもそれは安直すぎる。
I'm thinking it might be in the back of his head. It would make sense, because if it is, then that being what breaks this world, I think might actually be relevant.
しつこいな。まさかお前まだニュージェネの狂気の再来事件にこだわってるんじゃないだろうな。もう誰も興味持ってないぜ。
It's because I had it scheduled on the monthly calendar, Dr. Zero. I held back finishing this for a long time, and I like the work a lot, actually. And a lot of people were waiting for me to finish this, so I want to finish it and then eventually move on.
いや、別にニュージェネじゃなくてもいいんだ。他にもっと何かないかなと。
Yeah, the more you think about it, the more funky it is.
個人的意見としても確かにオワコンの極みっすよね。
Exactly, right? It doesn't make any sense. Given how much fervor there was for the freaking murders that were happening in the city, for it to be forgotten in pretty much a day? That's not natural, even given how quickly news, comes and passes.
ねえみんな、ここは平等に決めましょう。多数決にすればいいわよね。
まあいいんじゃね。宮代は？
いいだろう。そういうことなら受けて立とうじゃないか。
話 話はまとまったみたいね。それじゃあ僭越ながら副部長の私が決を取ります。
Okay. Is Serica in this room? Because if she is, she might vote for what I'm voting.
まず復興祭の取材に賛成の人、挙手してください。
Okay, that's not too surprising. 3.
わかった、3人ね。では次、ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件についてもう少し掘り下げたいと考えている人、挙手してくれる？
Thank you, Loveheart. Yeah, we're back. You didn't miss much, but here's a key thing, just to give you a heads up. We started at the beginning of Uki's route. We saw Yui's dead body. Yui is our sister, if you don't recall that. And then Ito, who was mind-controlled, you recall that, right? Was going to attack me, but what happened was Uki stepped in the way, tried to attack him. I jumped in the way, and bam, the world changed. Right? Not like that suddenly, but I wake up. We're at the dorms, and everyone's like, "Yeah, man, you've been asleep for quite a while." And well, not exactly, but we went back sorta in time. Our memories aren't really that clear. Things are kind of funky, and we're thinking that the reason why is because Uki did something about this. So now we are here. You missed like a slice of life scene in which we were kind of hanging out and trying to get Uki accustomed to finally having a family, right? Something that she's really not used to. And the real question now is, do we pursue the murder cases, or do we just go on with everyday life, right? Because if you go on everyday life, my thoughts is nothing would ever go wrong. But something has to go wrong, because this isn't the final route. And also because, man, it'd be a little bit boring too. Okay, so that's the thing, right? The main character doesn't want to continue with everyday life. And this world most likely is fake. And if Serica's in this room, she's going to raise her hand too. If the main character truly wants to go on with the murders. And remember, this is actually extremely important. In the common route, it was said that whenever the main character would pursue the murder cases, things felt a little too close, as if they were happening because he chose to pursue them, right? So this is going to continue.
おい。ちょっと待てクルス。どっちにも手を挙げないってのはどういうことだ？伊藤に賛成じゃないんならイコール僕に賛成ってことなんじゃないのか？
どうしてだかわからないけど、どちらもあまり乗り気にはなれないの。だから今回は棄権させてくれる？
棄権？そんなのおかしいだろ。
そう？だったら私はどっちかっていうと復興祭。
クルスは棄権か、仕方ないな。
That's in character, right? She's always been against me pursuing the murder cases anyway.
おい、今復興祭に一票って言いかけて。
やはりここは棄権というクルスの自由意志を尊重すべきだ。
うわぁ。
But it doesn't matter, because the moment I said I wanted to pursue the murder cases, they're most likely going to happen.
開票の結果、結論は出たみたいね。あら？
ウキ？
確認だけど、今ウキちゃんが手を挙げているのは、つまり。
はい。私は、タクルさんに賛成します。
Why? No, like seriously, why?
今の目と目で通じ合ってる的なアイコンタク
No, no, Serica, it's not like that.
おい宮代、いつの間にどうやってウキちゃんを手なずけた？
Oh my god.
ロリコンだ、犯罪だ、おまわりさん。
もうなんて顔してるの？
I just don't want to go to jail, okay?
子供は直感的に相手の善悪を見抜くものなのよ。タクルはウキちゃんに OK をもらったと思って自信持てばいいのよ。
Yeah, but if this world really was created by her, why would she want to break it? Unless she's not aware of it. Or if she's... I don't know.
Yeah, みんな。おお、具合よく全員揃ってるみたいだね。
Yeah, subconsciously would make more sense. And again, you know, I could be wrong. It just seems that it would be very in character for her to have done what I think she did.
お、先生が部室に来るなんて珍しいですね。
Because essentially we had a gigantic reset of events, and that's not normal.
ああ、うん。実はね、今日はみんなが喜ぶ話題が降ってきてね、少しでも早く伝えてあげようと思って。
Good news.
私たちを喜ばせる話題ですか？
まあもっとはっきり言えば、みんなというよりは宮代くんをと言った方がいいかな。
僕を？
ほら、文化祭でさ、宮代くんたちがディスカッションを行うことになっていた件があったよね。
You know, this guy actually looks like one of my high school teachers. I'm not even kidding. My English teacher.
あの番組を担当していたっていうニコニア動画のディレクターからうちに連絡があったんだよ。
ニコニア動画のディレクターですか？
そうなんだよ。実はね、生前渡部さんが記者として出演していたニュース番組に渡部さんの代わりとして宮代くんに出てほしいって。
Oh wow, that's kind of a big deal. You're essentially becoming the main host of a not repeatable, but at least a well-watched news program.
僕がですか？ニコニアのニュース番組に？
まああんなことにはなってしまったけど、渡部さんは実力はあったわけで、その渡部さんが目をつけて対談したいとまで思った宮代くんにディレクターは大いに興味を持ったらしいんだ。そこで現役高校生記者コメンテーターとして出演してみないかって。
Oh, just a commentator. Okay.
どうだろう宮代くん。先方はぜひにと言っているんだけど。
Okay. So maybe things are going to change.
すごいじゃんタク。これはチャンスだよ。
Okay, maybe Serica's going to encourage me to do this.
チャンス。
What the fuck? Ohana.
おいおい、どうしたんだよ宮代。ニコニアニュースったらすげえ人気番組じゃねえか。何も迷うことなんてないだろ。
Wait, but hang on. For this, just the pop-up, the moment essentially we had 3v3 on the votes for the murders, that's really funky. It happened like
そうで
a
すよ。
second
これ
later.
ぞまさに千載一遇。他の人から見れば喉から手が出るほど欲しがっても手に入らないくらいのスーパーウルトラデラックスチャンスっすよ。
これで情弱どもに真の状況だけが持つ本当の力を思う存分見せつけてやれるぞ。いやーよかったな。
その
Yeah. It's like everything is trying to push me away from the murders.
いいじゃないタクル。迷っているならとりあえずやってみればいいのよ。
Okay, but this butt here, and what's more? This right here?
当たって。
大丈夫大丈夫。タクならできるって。
いや、そう簡単に言うけど。
Well, I mean, this would be a major break for the main character if it actually happens. Yeah, you know? He would be able to actually speak to people normally. He would actually have to practice how to speak in a non... Well, how do you put this?
そう難しく考えることないっすよ。いつも私たちにしてるみたく思ったことを喋ればいいだけなんですから。
Got it. In a non-patronizing way, he would have to learn how to speak to people.
いつもみたいに。
それに相手はカメラで人間じゃない。そう考えると気が楽だろ。
大丈夫。タクさえそう望んでいるなら絶対間違いなくうまくいくって。
私もタクルさんならきっとできると思います。
どうかな、宮代くん。
じゃあやってみることにします。
これで一気に部も注目を集めて新入部員も怒涛のごとく押し寄せてくるに違いない。
Hang on, was this written by the same author as FinestKO? I feel like the answer is yes.
じゃあ先方にはそう伝えて。ああ、そうだ、忘れてた。
Oh, I love this piano. This route is written by... Incorrect. It is not written by the same author as FinestKO. The same guy who wrote Aramura's route is writing this route. And I love the Aramura route. Yasumoto Toru. What else has he done? I'm looking right now. Wait, no, am I wrong? Yasumoto Toru helped with Steins Gate 0. Is that true? Wow. Let's see. Okay. Oh, this guy's experienced. Okay, main writer Steins Gate again. Who was it again? Eiji, was it? No. Hayashi Naotaka. I gotta remember that. Hayashi. Hana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically 5 writers. Man, 5 writers for this visual novel? That's a lot of work. It's like 50 plus hours, so you'd break it down to like tenths. Like, you have 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours, something like that, I think. Huh. It's a hugely collaborative work, too. I wonder how popular it is compared to... Popularity-wise, 249. Ranking-wise, 30 in terms of ratings. Yeah, exactly.
せっかくだから 初回は渋谷復興祭の会場から生中継にしたいって話だけど、それで構わないよね。
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't get that many choices when it comes to localized visual novels. Like, I have no control over that, right? But if any of these writers end up being featured in another localized visual novel, I'll definitely read it.
一応学生ということで金銭的なギャランティーの発生は難しくてね。代わりにメインイベントのプラチナチケットを宮代くんのために用意してくれるそうなんだよ。
くっさ、なんだよ。そんなことなら俺が出るって言っときゃよかった。
宮代くん、それでも構わないね。
はい。
じゃあ先方には伝えておくから。
よかったわね、タクル。
羨ましいぞ、この子の。
Man, Ito, were you always that supportive?
当然といえば当然だけどな。
Okay, whatever, buddy.
あ、その発言ダウトです。
タクってば素直じゃないんだから。 よかったですね、タクルさん。
うん。まあ。
Okay, but that last line, though, was definitely the reason why you punctuated that scene. Let's see if it still stays there. Her smile was a flower that wasn't quite in full bloom, and somehow seeing it made me feel really strange. The very last line of that scene is something that you're supposed to remember. Smile like a flower that wasn't in full bloom. So then her smile wasn't as... Okay, if they said something like the flower was in full bloom like her smile, then the assumption is that it has no more growth to take. That is it at its epitome, right? But it still has room to grow, and this chapter is called Butterfly for all things. So things are still going to change. Last time I felt this uneasy was something like freaking surreal horror. I'm actually a big fan of that now that I think about it.
なあ、宮代のニヤ生が評判良けりゃ新入部員入ってくれるよな。
そしたら予算も増えるし、言うことなしっすね。
だったら嬉しいな。タクたちが卒業しちゃうと部活も一気に寂しくなっちゃうし。
What did he notice? We still didn't know what was going to happen, but they were already getting excited. I ignored them and went to take my shoes out of their box. So the shoes in the box. To Miyashiro. Is that supposed to be a love letter? Yeah, no, things are going way too positively. Yume Aozaki. Never even heard of this character.
Aozaki.
Wait, Aozaki? Besides Aoko, but...
Yume. だよな。
Yume, like dream? Dream something?
タク、何してるの？
You know, like, no, seriously, if this world was created by Uki, it's starting to fall apart. Because we're all noticing that some things are not normal. This doesn't feel like reality. Things are going way too positively.
別に何もしてないよ。
あら？今背中に何か隠さなかった？
And really, let's be real here. Takuru getting a love letter? Fucking
隠してない。隠してなんかない。
あ、今の嘘です。
ってことは、
花ちゃん。
Yeah, isn't that hilarious? The most, like, inconsistent thing is him getting a love letter. So if that wasn't, like, the...
おい、これって
If that wasn't, like, the hammering your face in to tell you something's wrong, then I don't know what the hell the author can do to tell you that something's messed up here.
もしかしてラブレター？
I wonder if every author has to do that, because they're kind of scared that the audience won't pay attention. Because when I read DDLC, there was a lot of that.
嘘？タクに？
マジっすか？差出人は？
青崎ゆめでいいんだよね、これ。
待って、青崎ってもしかしてあの2年の青崎さん？
Like who? Never heard of his name ever.
なんだと？
And everyone just trying to like reinforce the fact that this character is actually a real person.
知ってるのか、伊藤。
Well, I mean, which is the point, right? Like the moment I had a single doubt, bam, they're already
お前
there.
こそ知らないのかよ。青崎っつったら我が校を代表する10年に1人の美少女って有名だろ。
Who?
彼女のことなら私も知ってるわ。まるで少女漫画の世界から抜け出してきたみたいに美人だっていう噂の。
Okay, yeah, you better show me this. I don't believe this for a second.
当社費によりますと、美少女ランキングでは学年という枠組みを飛び越え、碧峰学園でダントツ1位かと。
Man, Armor wouldn't even say that.
そんな美少女がタクにラブレター？
Why would Hana even care?
嘘だろ？あの子が、あの青崎さんが、あんなとびっきりにスペシャルな美少女が。
Okay, hang on.
後ろにラブレター。
Cool down for a second. The way to know how real this is to read the love letter. Because there's no fucking way that Uki knows how to write well. She's too young, I'm sorry. So take the love letter and read it. And if it sounds like it comes from a person in high school, you'll know.
嘘だ！何かの間違いだ！さもなければいたずらだ！
I mean, it could be a really boring letter. Like, I've always loved you from afar. I couldn't hold my feelings in, and so I needed to tell you the truth. Please meet me on the roof after school. Something super boring, but, you know, at least that would pass.
いや、みんな落ち着け。伊藤の言う通り、いたずらって可能性もあるわけで。
Yeah, so read the freaking letter. Yeah, I guess it does.
ダメよタクル。
ダメって。
Don't do what? Don't read the letter?
最初からいたずらなんて決めつけちゃ失礼でしょってこと。ちゃんと真面目に読んでお返事しなきゃダメだからね。
Yeah, sure. Go on.
あ、それくらい分かってるよ。
おい、宮代！読め！今読め！すぐ読め！早く読め！何が書いてあるのか、今ここで読んでみせろ！
Man, it's like everyone's hyper sensationalized. Everyone's like core traits up to like 10 out of 10.
落ち着け伊藤。
これが落ち着いていられるか。
伊藤君、そんな大勢で晒すような真似しちゃかわいそうよ。こういうものはもらった本人が一人で読むのがマナーでしょ。
そうだよ、そういうわけで。
宮代先輩のケチンボ。
Oh, absolutely. I also think that love letters should be read in private. Because that's a person's emotions and feelings put towards you. You are the target audience. You gotta read this out loud. That's really... It could be embarrassing, but it's also very rude. And dishonest, you know? I think that's Uki's D sword, right? Okay, so why do you have the D sword out? Because it's not a place to really carry it.
ウキ、何を。
Well, there we go. If for a second you believe this is reality, then I will say it to you. That's very not normal.
どうかしましたか？
Okay, where's everyone else?
あ、いや。
なあ、宮代、ちょっとだけでいいから。
Okay, so we went back a few seconds, maybe a minute, and we're back to reading the letter again. And the question is, why? Why did you reset that?
いい加減にしなさい、伊藤君。
Hang on. What was the indicator for you to want to reset that? You're such a dork. I tried my best to remain calm as others complained and then slid the letter into my bag. Of course, I was actually trying my best to suppress the desire to read it right now. Still, first the Nico Nia offer and then a letter from a girl? What was happening to my life? Suddenly, I felt a weird sensation run down my spine. Okay, when I realized that something funky was happening, I felt a weird sensation. Go back. Come on, Miyashiro, read it. Read right now. Read it quick. Read what it says so we can hear it. Everyone wants me to read it, but I don't want to read it. And then I thought to myself, something's really funky. And then that happened. She reset it because of that? You can't read my mind. I don't think so. I don't recall that. The tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared as I listened to it. Wow, really? You can do that? The tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared. So you can even change my thoughts? That's really powerful. According to a gigantic poll isn't the correct answer, but the gigantic gathering of information using VNDB, more users appreciate visual novel protagonists that have a pre-established personality than like self-insert silent protagonists. And I feel the exact same way. I don't really like having a self-insert protagonist. I find that extremely boring, and I'm not there to read visual novels where it's all just to cater to me. I'm there to read someone who writes a good story and good characters, right? I want to be entertained, but I also want to learn from it. And I don't really want to like I want to feel emotions when I read a visual novel. I'm not like a robot or anything. And I love feeling whatever set of emotions the author wants to give to me, in ideally a non-forceful way. But I just don't really like self-insert characters that are meant to be self-glorifying. I find that just obnoxious. But, that's not always the case. I probably can imagine a character who was a self-insert that was actually pretty interesting, I guess. I'll have to work on that one. Yeah, but here's the thing. I never gave a shit about a single... Well, maybe that's not true. I don't give a shit about the P3, P4, or P5 protagonists. And I don't care. Right? You can say the argument is like, but they're supposed to be you, but I don't... So? Like, I can barely make any decisions, man. I just make a decision to, like, go date a girl, and then insert random narration to fit that line, filler, and then they have more lines than I do. But, like, gameplay-wise, that makes sense. But I'm not there for... Okay, for Persona, I'm there for the gameplay, so yeah, sure, you can do that. But for, like, a visual novel, I'm not really there for the gameplay, honestly. I'm there for the story. That's why I even bother with this medium in the first place. Like, the sound directing, the scene directing, the artistic visuals that, align themselves with the writing, yada yada. I say this as I'm seeing a bunch of, like, glitter in front of my screen.
Yeah, mate, Miyashiro Takeru.
And, like, can you imagine how many VNs would be ruined if there was a self-insert character? In fact, like, name a visual novel that got adapted into an anime where the main character was a self-insert character. And I'm thinking, like, okay, I'm trying my very best to just think of one that was actually well done. I haven't really read Air, so I don't know if that's the case. Shiro's definitely not a self-insert character. You'd be fucking pissed off if you were considered to be Shiro. Battler is definitely not. 100% no. Self-insert character, VN that did well. I can't think of one. I really just don't enjoy that. I read so many isekai with that kind of feeling that I kind of just threw up. I used to like every single isekai. I was that guy. Yeah, isekai, 10 out of 10. And finally, after like a full year and a few more months, I finally gotten sick. So for people who have actually read Chaos Child, they strongly believe that it's one of the best, if not the best science adventure series, VN. I personally love Chaos Child a lot, right? It's been extremely beneficial for me in understanding how you write better. It's also been so many really meaningful discussions in our stream because of it. I've had to think about a lot of moral concepts via Chaos Child that I've actually really want to know more about. And it talks about certain themes that I think are extremely relevant to the modern day. Like the diffusion of information, what happens in a setting in which you don't know the truth from fiction, moralizing characters' actions and how you try to reason with that and try to honestly twist your own understanding of the character to fit your own emotions. You're balancing your thoughts with your emotions with a character. And you don't always have to do that. But then what you're really asking, what the visual novel is asking in certain sequences is, can you figure out a way to make a character not portrayed in a negative manner? And that takes a lot of practice, right? If I had remembered all the themes that I recalled when I read this visual novel, I would be able to have a longer discussion with you right now. But I'm still trying to like jog my memory as I read this VN. And I have a lot of respect for the 5 writers who put all their effort into this visual novel. That's a huge compilation of works, right? So if you like the Steins Gate author, which is Hayashi Notaka, he wrote the Hana route and the common route delusion triggers, which are just like, you know, when you make a decision in this VN. But he kind of gave Chaos Child, he gave the Chaos Head series away. As in, he wrote Chaos Head, and then he said, here. Actually, hang on, let me double check that. Did he write Chaos Head? I'm just gonna make sure, because I feel kind of bad if I gave that misinformation. He did, yeah. Hayashi Naotaka wrote Chaos Head. He's also the main writer of Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero, and then he gave it away, right? And I find that really, really respectable. You have to have a lot of faith in people to give away your major work to someone. And he did. And he gave it away to 4 other writers, one of which I think is the main writer. His name is, I think, Umahara Eiji. And damn, it turned into an amazing work, right? I don't know how much of this is able to be like broken down by people on their first reading of it, but I approached this visual novel mainly to break down its construction. I'm not there to experience it as much as I am there to like say, yeah, this is why it's done well, this is how the scene is constructed to convey this kind of emotion, this is how like the plot is going and what direction is going to put the viewer in a certain type of like emotional state or a thought process. I'm doing that, right? And so like I'm consistently breaking away from my immersion of the visual novel in order to analyze it. And I'm okay with that because I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it on purpose versus like someone like randomly popping into the chat and saying, fuck Chaos Child. Like that would break my immersion, but not in a positive manner, right? And there's been like some recent visual novels lately that have been trying to like experiment with that process. I'll turn the music down for a bit. Like the process of breaking away your immersion on purpose to give you a stronger immersive experience after the fact. And that sounds really strange at first, but like I'll give you an example. So you know those metatextual works that have been like popping up here and there? Like there's tons of them now. The most obvious one that you probably know is like DDLC, right? There's been like Totono, there's been like freaking, god damn it, what was that regular surreal game that I played? It had a cat in it. Freaking. Oh, I feel terrible that I don't remember what the hell it's called. Okay, fine, I'll name other games. There was Arisu Syndrome, which is a surreal horror. The basic idea is that you first break away the immersion of you being stuck as a character in the game. Like when I'm playing Resident Evil 2, as an example, right? There's that moment of like when you play the game, if you're immersed, that you're scared. Why are you scared? Because you feel like you are actually in that situation with a bunch of zombies trying to hurt you, right? But the moment you break away that immersion and you realize, oh, I'm just playing a game, right? There's not real zombies on the screen. I'm not actually that character who's getting hurt. There's no reason to be scared because there's that breakaway. But that breakaway can harm the experience. And so certain like stories and certain games right now are trying to use that breakaway and then use it to their advantage, right? When you break away from... God, I have a good example of this, but I can't use it because it's a spoiler, right? God, it sucks. I'll give a super generic example. When you break away from a surreal horror, as an example, the idea is that you push yourself away from the immersive experience, but the surreal horror wants to make the immersion so close to your face that when you break away from it, there is no escape. And the idea is that when you read like fiction, right? You would agree with me that when you read fiction, that it can be used as an escape. You can read fiction to push yourself away from reality. There is that safe spot. There's that safe zone between you and reality, and that's where fiction can encompass. But the moment that you crush that safe zone and you break away from fiction, there is no safe zone anymore. Because that's what surreal horror does. It makes something fake into something real, and you can't tell what is real and what is fake anymore. That's what Chaos Child does, right? It does that a lot. That's part of its themes. And that's what like some metatextual works that you've probably read here and there are trying to do as well. Not all of them, right? Like what's a good example of someone like breaking the fourth wall and it's not really there to do what I just mentioned. So like the Deadpool movie, right? Deadpool is a character who can break the fourth wall all the time because he's just meant to be like a funny character. He's a really fun character to write too, and so he would like break the fourth wall and say like, "Hey, audience, man, this is what I'm gonna do to this bad guy right behind me. I'm gonna cut his lips off, and then I'm gonna make sure that he's never gonna talk bad about Deadpool anymore. Give me good reviews, right?" And he goes back into the action, and so he breaks the immersion by breaking the fourth wall. And if you don't know what the fourth wall is an invisible barrier that originally existed in theater, right? There's 3 walls. There's the left wall, which is where like stage left, stage right, and the wall behind the actor. And the fourth wall is the wall between the actors and you. That's the fourth wall break. Anyway, and when you break it like that, it depends on how it's like delivered, right? But for Deadpool, that'd be more like showing you that the movie is not like taking itself too seriously. You can bring the audience in to have fun with you, like, hey, we're just gonna joke around, have a casual good time. I'm part of the audience. I'm a character in this film, but I'm also part of you, man. Like, that's one way of breaking it. But for like surreal horror, oh man, this shit is amazing. I love this feeling so much, where you cannot break away from the immersive experience anymore because the horror is not just a fiction; it's in fucking reality, and that's awesome. I love that shit so much. So I've gained like so much appreciation over reading how authors do that and how like creators try to make that immersion of yours where if you break away, you can't really break away anymore. And that leads to a stronger immersive experience because now the immersion is both in fiction and reality. That's super cool. But hang on, I will be right back. Hopefully you learned something from what I just said there. I need to grab a drink though. I'm like famished. Alright, I am back. Probably worth it for Root Double alone. Let me see what this pack is. Yeah, if you want to get Root Double in this Humble Bundle, 100% do it. Because it's 1, cheap, and 2, I like the visual novel. Like I said, it takes a lot of risks that aren't really, that won't be accepted by everyone. But basically, the major risk it takes is that it tries to encompass something that you don't see in plot-based stories a lot. So like a plot-based story is a story that obviously focuses on the plot, right? So like a thriller, for example, would focus on the main character having to go to this particular location to stop the terrorists from planting a bomb. After he stops the terrorists from planting the bomb, the terrorists have like an escape plan. They escape. They go on a helicopter. The main character calls the cops. The cops try to chase after the terrorists, but they're too damn good at escaping on a helicopter, so the main character has to get up a jet to follow the terrorists on the helicopter and yada yada yada, right? All these plot-based events. None of that is character building. But Root Double wants to balance both for what is essentially a thriller. It's a thriller with a heavy emphasis on character building, and that slows down the pacing of the visual novel. So when you read Root Double, you tell me your opinion on how you felt that was done. For me, I accepted it. Because by the end of the visual novel, I learned everything about every single character. There was not a single thing that I missed, and I loved it. Also, if you want to know a little bit more about root double and the decisions you make, look up this thing that I'm going to link you, okay? I think it's called a personality anagram. Someone double check. Yep, it's called Enneagram Personality. Look that up. And then you'll notice that the shape of the enneagram is very relevant to the shape that you use in root double because it's the same damn thing. And that will help you understand what they're doing more. Okay, I see where this is going. So what we're going to do is we're going to force ourselves to go down a certain route. And the decisions I'm going to make, every single one of them is going to be positive. And the reason why is because we're going to delude ourselves into believing this world's real. Wait, they could add more games to the bundle after it's been released? I didn't know that. Is that true? Is that a thing? Oh, you have both faults. Fault milestone is considered pretty decent. I know that much. But just getting root double is going to be the major one. Yeah. I guess I'll bookmark this because I would be down to have more things to read. Okay, so here's the major thing. Remember what I said? I said to see if this world is fake or not, test some things out. Like, for example, if the letter is written terribly, maybe Uki couldn't recreate that world, right? Maybe Uki couldn't recreate the letter, because how the hell would she know how to write? But because we're deluding ourselves into believing that this is true, now we're influencing the letter itself. Sort of.
けれど、もうこの溢れそうな思いを私の小さな胸の内だけに閉じ込めておくのは苦しくて切なくて今にも胸が張り裂けそうで、このお手紙だけで宮代先輩に私の思いすべてを伝えられるかどうかはすごく不安です。それでもやっぱり我慢できなくて。
You know, but the number one thing that already popped into my head is if we are deluding ourselves into believing that this letter is real, is there anyone around us to let that happen? Or is this just like Takeru being Takeru, who's like not really... I mean, he doesn't even have to have special powers. I could believe him being delusional in the first place, but you know what I'm really saying, right?
だから思いの丈すべてを込めて筆を綴ります。これまで私はずっと宮代先輩のことを見ていました。
By the way, if this letter sounds extremely typical, that's what is an indicator of like Takeru, you know, not really being that aware. So he thinks in stereotypes isn't exactly the word I'm looking for. He thinks in like archetypes, like basic concepts of ideas, and he builds upon that. So like, for example, think of a love letter. What would you think a love letter would be? It would have these lines in it. This is the love letter that you received, right? That's the idea.
知的で何でも知っていて、それに新聞部の部長としてたくさんの人から慕われていて、なのにそれをひけらかすことなくいつもクールで、
そのメガネの奥に隠されたまっすぐな瞳を見るたびに、私の心は締め付けられるように苦しくなっちゃうんです。
Okay.
そうしていつしか私は宮代先輩の虜になっていました。最近では寝ても覚めても宮代先輩のことばかり。もちろん私なんかが宮代先輩のような素敵な方と釣り合うとは思いません。でももしも宮代先輩が少しでも私のことに興味を持ってくれるのなら。
Okay, so the problem with this love letter, I don't want to critique someone's love letter, but this isn't real, okay? So at least I can do that. The problem that doesn't solve our doubts is that there's nothing specific in this love letter. There's not, we met each other 3 months ago, and you helped me up on the bus, and it was a random occurrence, I know, but I remember that because you seemed so caring for other people. And so I started paying attention to you, and that seemed to be true, right? You did this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and all these instances of like actual things that you did, I noticed it. There's none of that in here. It's all like generic bits of information. I'm not critiquing the love letter if you write this way. I'm just saying that it doesn't stop our doubts that this world is fake or not.
最初はただの後輩としてでもいいんです。先輩、私と真剣にお付き合いしていただけませんでしょうか。
Man, Takaru, please.
一人の痛いけな少女を核も虜にしてしまうなんて。
Oh my god. Let me read that line. Let me read the fucking letter again. How about that? I apologize for saying this to you so suddenly, but it was causing me too much pain, too much sorrow, and too much agony to keep my feelings locked up inside my tiny little heart. But it was causing me too much pain. I read that same damn... What? Twice? Okay. I'm very afraid this letter won't be enough on its own to express the depth of my feelings, but still, I have to write it. I have to do everything I can to put my feelings to paper. I watched you for a very, very long time. You're so smart, so knowledgeable at everything, and everyone looks up to you as the president of the newspaper. What the really? That's not true. But you're also so modest and so reserved. That's not true at all. Each time I see the sparkle in your eyes behind those glasses, my heart aches. But I've never seen you! Not once! How do you know there's sparkles behind my eyes if I've never seen you? Unless you were like hiding behind me. But if you were hiding behind me, how do you see my eyes? And at some point, I've become your prisoner. Lately, I think about you all the time. Whether I'm awake or asleep, I feel like I'm going crazy. Of course, I know that I'm not good enough for a wonderful person like you. I mean, I appreciate the compliment, I really do, but I've always been someone who's had a hard time taking compliments. But then I learned from someone, my band teacher. And my band teacher always said that if someone compliments you, in terms of your music, don't ever deny it. Because if you do, that's like saying you don't have good ears. And so like, okay, I'll just try to apply that to my rest of my life. If someone compliments me, I just try my best to accept it as face value, you know? But anyway. But if you have even the slightest interest in me at all, it doesn't have to be serious to start with, but would you please consider me going on a date with me? Sure, okay. But again, the problems that I mentioned, nothing specific. The entire newspaper club ships on him every chance again. See, exactly! This is just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, here's the thing. Here's how love works, right? If you ever been in love before, it's true what they say, that your eyes, it's like you're looking through rose-tinted glasses. Like, it really is true, right? I could see that my partner would do no wrong. I know exactly how that feels. And, well, if she is going through that, and you want to call that realistic, then yeah, sure. You got me, right? But damn, man. Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan of cheesy romance, believe it or not. I used to be a romantic. Not so much nowadays. I learned my ways, but cheesy romance gets my heart going. Do I have a sound effect for that? Yeah, I'll go for that.
ち待ってます。
電話で返事しろってことか。
That sounded creepy. I thought there was a zombie. I'm not even kidding. Listen to this. No, my bad. Sound like a zombie, man. Nick, you're not right behind me. And oh my god, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Nothing personal, kid.
Yosh.
By the way, is Valentine's today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, isn't it? Oh, it reminds me. I have to make sure that I contact the artist and ask for... I mean, not on Valentine's Day. She's gonna be freaking busy. But in the future, for, like, the next emote.
Ah! Anyo!
What?
僕、その...
That's not a good sign. That sounds like Nono or Saraka, I think. Taku. Okay, 100% it's Saraka or Nono.
Oh? Onoe?
Saraka. Oh, are you saying the phone is how they contact me from the reality? The phone is how they talk to me in reality? That's no-no.
クルスか。
Oh. Well. This got a lot more interesting. So my body is actually still out in reality. I had no... Okay, we're jumping to conclusions here. Let's keep going.
もしかして。
Say something.
おのえ、どうしたんだよ。
セリカ、とにかく今は伝えるべきことを先に伝えないと。だね。いい？よく聞いて。いるのはね、人のしじゃないの。だからお願い。タク、早くして。
おい、さっきから何言ってるか全然聞こえないぞ。もっと電波のいいところに。
No, 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 no. Ask him to clarify. And... That's not good. Okay, well, there we go. I'm assuming... Obviously, we knew this from the beginning, pretty much, right? We're in a fake world. We need to get out of it.
もしもし。
Oh my god. Well, this is an example of where I don't think the lie is better than the truth.
もしもしもしもし。
宮代先輩ですか？宮代先輩ですよね。
Okay. So I'm choosing nothing but positive. I'm going to get a good ending, but not a really good ending. You know what I mean.
はい、そうです。
All right.
お電話ありがとうございます。私嬉しいです。
あ、いえ、こちらこそ、何と申しますか。何と申し上げてよろしいものやら。
Now, fuck that! You know what we're gonna say? We're gonna talk about her letter. You know how boring that letter was? Your letter was amazing. Yeah, it spoke to me. I instantly knew that your feelings for me were true. It was terrible. Wasn't a single specific event that I could recall. I don't even know her fucking face. There was like tons of truthful information. Like, yeah, like everyone respects me.
それじゃあ楽しみにしていますね。
あ、うん。
先輩？
何？
私幸せすぎて今夜は眠れないかもです。先輩、先に切ってください。
いや、君が先に。
それじゃせーので。やっぱり私から切りますね。
Wow, what would I even say in real life? I guess the very first thing I would ask is, Yume, God, what would I even say? I saw that you care so much about me. God, that seems so insincere. I just want to know, was there a specific event in which you started to know that you had feelings for me? Like, yeah, that'll be an honest question, right?
うん。
それじゃあ先輩、おやすみなさい。
Wow, that was embarrassing. But, what was I going to say again? You know what? Fuck reality. Terrible. Cafe Lux? Sure.
待てよ。
Yeah, that's a possibility. Also, she would know she would know you're a nerd, but you know, let's be real here. If she loves you, she probably already knew.
おかけになった番号は現在電波の届かないところにいるか電源を切っているためかかりません。
Creepy. Like legitimately creepy. But also, Todokanai?
おかけになった番号は現在電波の届かないところにいるか。
Todokanai. The name of the song in White Album too. I didn't know that they got it from that. That's kind of fitting. Your voice can't reach them.
おかしいな。
Oh, just got done moving? Congratulations, man. I hope you enjoy your new place.
おかけになった番号は現在 電波の届かないところにいるか、電源を切っているためかかりません。
It's your parents' place? Well, I hope you enjoy that. Hey, King, how you doing? Wow, what are you doing here?
Uki?
No, seriously, what are you doing here? You're young, you're out in the middle of night, in dangerous, dangerous Tokyo? Haven't you seen Yakuza, man? People try to get, like, they try to hustle you on the streets. They try to beat you up. Oh, hey, Eliak. How you doing, man? Oh, Ascended.
なんだよ、こんな時間にどうした？
Yeah, I'm playing Chaos Child, if you know what that is. It's, what do you call it again? It's a science adventure series. So same thing as Steins Gate 0, Robotic Notes, Chaos Head.
すみません、突然。実はこれ。
This is mostly just a chill stream, though. VN streams, unless I do some type of gimmick for them, usually aren't that popular. That's not really true, though. Like, the last VN streams we've done have been extremely popular. Like, Root Double was really well received. Danganronpa way back in the day. Phoenix Wright.
これ、お夕食のお裾分けなんですけど、もしよかったら。
お裾分け？
はい。佐久間先生がちゃんとしたものをタクルさんに食べさせるようにって、それで私が。
But for something like this, I'm mostly focused on just like appreciating the work. No, nothing special.
ウキが作ったのか？
はい。なので美味しいかどうかはわかりませんが。それでは私はこれで。
Yeah, I never said anything negative about that, man. And besides, like, if it makes going to college easier, and I know how expensive college debt can be, it's definitely worth it. You chuck off, like, so much of your money just paying off for rent. In fact, let me think. I forgot how expensive my rent was, but I had a roommate. But, you know, that and food and textbooks are, like, your major concerns. Oh, and tuition, obviously.
タクルさん、いただいた観葉植物、毎日大事にお世話してますから。もしよければ、今度、私のお部屋に見に来てください。
That was extremely random. Okay, so she was nearby, therefore the delusional trigger actually would make sense. Dr. Sakuma? So my dad. Still warm? Must have been made just a little while ago. Huh. Also, if you've noticed this, they punctuate every single scene with a really strong last sentence, right? The last sentence that I told you to pay attention to was about her smile and how it wasn't fully blossomed. And for this one, it would be the meal she made for me had a very kind, gentle taste. Because again, remember, this isn't reality. This is a world constructed for us. And whether the main character realizes that or not, it has to eventually kind of, come to its head. Or maybe it never will. Maybe only we're supposed to know. In which case, that's kind of depressing, but we'll see where this goes, I guess. Yeah, I mean, here, let's take a step back. Let's be honest here. How many of you, if someone... No, that's a little too strong. How many of you, if you were given the perfect world made just for you, would be like, no, I want to leave it? Think about it, right? Any problem that you ever had in life, any regret that you had in life, could be fixed. And then someone gave you that chance. Like, you ever regret, like, not spending more time in high school with your friends? Or, like, maybe you wish you could have gone back on a decision. You were given that chance, right? And someone said, here, here's a world for you. Would you ever want to go back? And the person made it for you, so you can be happy. And, like, I know we've been talking a lot about like, the structure of this visual novel and how it wants you to think about both lies and truth. And I think it's more uncommon for a story to say the lie is far more important than the truth. But I don't think this route is going to say that. I think this route is going to give you the wishes you wanted the most, but then ask you to say no to them. Is it an actual world you live in, or a sleeping and dreaming world? Because that's gonna be the problem, right? For context, let's say the world that you live in, the world that was made for you isn't real. It's not the real world. Let's say you're sleeping in it. But if you choose to sleep in that world forever, you'll always be alive, and until your actual body dies, right? So as if you were living in a real world. For me, I don't have the answer. I don't know. I'm thinking about it now. I learned so much through the things I suffered through in real life. But if I were given a chance to, like, live everything that I ever wanted, maybe I would take it. I don't know. But wouldn't that, like, take away from the... Wouldn't that take away from the value of what I did? Because if I could have whatever I wanted, and I could say, I want to have a book that I wrote that is well received, but it's not well received because I wrote it well. It's well received because the world was made for me to be that way. And so there's no value in that book. To me, there wouldn't be any value in that book. Also, do you know you're in the world made for me? You would only know if you choose to leave the world. Because you can just keep lying to yourself. That's what this is what the main character does. He can keep lying to himself.
Oh, いたいた。おはよう、タク。
I mean, I guess the most depressing thing about this world is that now that we know the truth, none of these characters are the real character. Because I thought that maybe Uki made the world and encompassed everyone that we cared about into the world, right? But none of it's real. Serika's not real. Nono's not real. Aramuro's not real. Ito's not real. No one is real. In fact, look in the background. They don't even have faces.
おはよう。ずいぶんと眠そうね。さてはまた夜更かししたんでしょう。
An episode of Twilight Zone addressed this. Could you tweet that to me so I can look it up later? It's something that I'm really interested in.
いいよな。そりゃあんなことがありゃ眠れないよな。
ああ。
You can't tweet it. Can you DM me on Discord then?
なんだそのすかした態度は。
And this is gonna be kind of random, but I've mentioned this in previous streams before. Remember how I talked about self-awareness and how that brings, like, pain to the characters? that's extremely relevant for this route as well, if you ask me. In fact, it's probably the most important thematic quality of this route.
そうだよ。せっかくこうして教室まで挨拶しに来てあげたのにさ。
So again, there's a common route. The writers, the 5 writers of this visual novel, take information from the common pool of facts and they build their own route. And so this one probably will have to do with like self-awareness of some sort. If not, like, if Serica had her own route, it would probably deal with that, but that's not the case right now.
そもそもなんでわざわざ教室まで来るんだよ。
But if it was a world made for you, wouldn't it anticipate that, Koopa? No, because the world's created by someone else.
そんなの決まってるじゃないすか。気になるからですよ。
And it has to anticipate what it thinks I am as a person, right? Uki thinks that this world is good for the main character, but because Uki doesn't really know the main character, there's going to be flaws. Man, I already missed the real Serica. The real Serica is a character I actually really respect.
何の話だよ。
You know, despite that a certain someone doesn't really like Serica, that's okay.
だから昨日の手紙のことだってば。
別に尾上には関係ないだろ。
はあ、なるほどなるほど。
なんだよ。
さては大方の予想通り単なるいたずらだったってオチですね。
そうなの？
Which real Serica? To me, the Serica that is not in this world is the real Serica. So both the Serica that she portrays herself in real life and the Serica that we find out afterwards. Right? To me, this is a personal belief. You don't have to agree with me. I think that even when you create a persona for yourself, it's still you because it comes from your own thoughts, right? And therefore, that's a part of your personality. And if you find yourself acting your persona out, it's what we do in real life in the first place. I talk to my parents in a different way. I talk to my friends in a different way. I talk to you guys in a different way. None of it's fake. It's all me. The good things and bad things that I do, I can't like take away from that. That's all me.
やっぱりな。俺もそうだと思ってたんだよな。つかそうに決まってる。だって宮代がだぞ。まさかあの宮代がリア充にクラスチェンジするだなんてありえんもんな。
ほらほら、みんなそんな風にしつこく聞くものじゃないわ。あくまでもタクルのプライベートな話なんだから。
のんちゃんは気にならないの？
私は別に。
その割にはさっきからずっとここにいますよね。
それはそう、ほら、ちゃんともらった手紙には誠意を持ってお返事しなきゃダメよって言おうかなって。
ほう。
だからまあタクルが教えてくれるって言うなら、そのねえ。
それで
だから何が
いいじゃん。いい加減もったいつけずに教えろって。手紙だよ、手紙。つば
本物だったの？それともいたずらだったの？
それはとにかくその話は終わりだ。 そんなことより僕たちが今話すべきは昨日できなかった企画の話だ。
Would I be upset by this? I mean, I would be understanding of it. Was it real or a prank? It was. It was?
Kechi.
いいじゃねえか。減るもんでもなし。
そうだそうだ。
God, looks like you're eating a cockroach. I know what that is. It's squid, but it's really awkward.
なんと言おうとダメだ。というわけで昼休みに企画会議の続きをするぞ。いいな。
なんで昼休み？部活は放課後だよね。
あ、今明らかにギクってしましたね。
つうことは
放課後に何かあるってことですな。
いや、それは
あるのね。
あるな。
あるね。
Wow, guys, please. Let's just move on. I want to see what our date's like.
それじゃあまた放課後に来るね。
伊藤先輩、ちゃんと見張っててくださいね。
おう、任せとけ。
楽しみだね。放課後。
You know, I just realized, do we have all the colors of the rainbow? Oh my god. This is unimportant. Red, yellow, blue, orange, brown. Close enough.
つまりここまでをまとめるとだね。
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've noticed a lecture in this visual novel. Now I'm curious, because Uki has to create a girl that we've never seen before in our life. So then, are we actually gonna see her, or some type of random event not gonna happen? So like, I don't know, I couldn't make it, I'm so sorry, yada yada. No, it's not that. No, what the fuck? No, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just saying, are you real? I just want to know if she's a real person. That's all. I don't care if you look like super pretty or super not. I'm just curious. You know, I need to know. Is this world fake or not? It's fake. I know it's fake, but... The question was what she was like on the inside. Yeah. See? I care about that. What the fuck? Oh my god, that word usage, buddy. The whole only if they're a hot thing was for shallow people with shallow minds. What was your language earlier, dude? Okay, well... Remember, this character's a contradictory son of a bitch sometimes, but it doesn't really matter. Unread? Oh, there's a lot of things I haven't read. And I can no longer find it. Probably because we just read it when I looked at it. Oh, whatever. You know, I'm really thinking, I wonder how many people actually could stand Takeru when they read this. It took me a long time myself, actually.
それじゃあこの先を宮代くんに読んでもらおうかな。宮代くん。
おい、宮代、当てられてるぞ、宮。
え？
Man, so much slice of life in this route, though. Ever since the murders went away, pretty much.
宮代くん、もしかして聞いてなかった？
いえ。
122ページ4行目だ、宮代。
こんな夢を見た。
Really? You're reading that line?
腕組みをして枕元に座っていると、仰向きに寝た女が静かな声でもう死にますという。
Sorry, one more time? This is a dream I had. I was sitting arms crossed, okay, at the head of a bed, okay. A woman was lying there, face up. In a small voice, she told me she was going to die. Are we at a hospital?
女は長い髪を枕に敷いて、輪郭の柔らかなウリザネ顔をその中に横たえている。
Okay.
真っ白な頬の底に温かい血の色が程よく差して、唇の色は無論赤い。
Okay, so fairly pale, but there's a little bit of what's the correct word for this? Well, fine, a little bit of hue.
しかし女は静かな声で、宗主夢に胡蝶となるとはっきり言った。
Man, who was that famous philosopher who said that line? I could actually find it right now. I can even Google it if I wanted to. My notes are over here, I think. Oh, does it matter? I don't think it really does. Let's keep moving.
屈然として胡蝶なり。
Ah, okay. Actually, it does matter. So, give me a quick moment. I'm going to find my notes. The reason why this matters is because when the Chinese philosopher, talked about I dreamt I was a butterfly and I didn't know if I was human or a butterfly, right? The concept right there applies to this freaking route. No, really, it does. If you know anything about it, it's basically what is real and what is not, right? Do I really need to go into that? We already talked about like metamorphosis. We talked about butterfly symbology in different cultures. We talked about how it ties to death, how it ties to butterflies can be like an indicator of you're close to another world. You know that they transform. All the basic ideas. You got that already, right? And then the next one is reality or fiction, right? What is real? And obviously Takaru will at least have some concept of that, right?
自分も確かにこれは死ぬなと思った。そこで知らず衆の夢に胡蝶となれるか、胡蝶の夢に衆となれるかと上から覗き込むようにして聞いてみた。
And that's the famous line right there.
衆と胡蝶とはすなわち必ず死にますともと言いながら、女はパッチリと目を開け、あなたも夢の中にいるの。早く脱出しないと戻れなくなってしまうわよ、タクト。
Okay, so that's it. Excuse me, I'm clearing my throat. So in spots where the world cannot encompass its fiction, like for example, if you're in a dream and you opened up a book and you tried to read the book, you wouldn't be able to. Because you would have to like throw your actual subconscious into that. So if I told you right now, imagine the 4th page of Great Expectations, right? You wouldn't know what the hell that page would be until your mind wouldn't be able to fill in that page. So in spots of this world where you can't fill the page in, reality comes in which case it would be literature. In the other case, it would be a cell phone, maybe a movie in the future as well. But this is pretty obvious, isn't it?
おいおい宮代くん、一体どこを読んでいるんだい？
え？あ、いや。
It's getting kind of creepy now, actually.
おいおい、いくらいいこと続きだからってしっかりしろって。
Sheesh, man. So that means here's a sickening thing. If we bounce out of this world, you know what world we're going into? We're going into the world where Yui is murdered. So back into reality, which isn't really happy.
やれやれ。どうやら寝ぼけてるようだし、顔を洗ってきた方がいいんじゃないか？
すいません。
Here's the thing, man. We haven't really even been trying to break out of this world. Because I've been making choices that continually push us into the same delusion. This world cannot last forever. It's going to break. So even if we want to stay in this world, it can't hold itself together. We have to go back into reality, no matter what. And also, thank you for the subscription, Narukami. So it doesn't matter how happy this world is, it's not going to last.
Uki.
Okay, so she's going to make us forget that line that we saw in the book. And that's a little disturbing because she doesn't realize or doesn't want us to realize that we're going to lose our body or we're going to lose our connection to the people that we love, you know?
Oi!
I mean, if you think about it, this world's empty. No one is real in this world. Except for maybe Uki, the main character. That's it. It's an empty world.
Uki!
タクルさ
何をしてるんだ？
ん、実は授業中にうっかり居眠りをしてしまって、それで先生に顔を洗ってくるようにって。
居眠り？
はい。最近朝早くから夜遅くまで施設のお手伝いをしているので疲れてしまったみたいで。
But you know what really sucks? I just realized this world isn't just for the main character. It's for Uki too. Because she's never, ever had a family. And she's never lived a life that was normal. She never had a high school experience. She's never hung out with any of us. Because in the common route, you know what she's done? She's run away for her life. Every single day. There's nothing normal about that. Hell, I mean, the route split happened when her best friend got killed. She never had a normal life. And so I'm thinking to myself, breaking this fictional world is also breaking her best wishes. It's not just me, it's her. And when we get back into reality, let's say I convince Uki, hey, this world's not real, it's not going to last. Let's go back to reality. When we go back to reality, she and I have to accept the fact that we just lost someone close to us. That's not fun.
恥ずかしい話ですが。
She's also a kid. I don't think she can really handle that. Well, can handle or can't. Like, that's not my choice, right? And so it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's not as selfish as I thought it was originally.
それじゃあ私は授業に。
And then that complicates the problem, right? Because now it's not about just you. It's about breaking someone else's wish alongside you. Yeah, these background nobodies is suddenly really relevant.
皆さんこんにちは。お待ちかね壁標ランチボックスの時間です。今日も皆さんのお昼ご飯を彩っちゃいますよ。
And so now
というわけでしばらくの間お付き合いくださいね。
And so now I don't have an answer more so than I did before, right? I mean, does it change your guys' answer? I asked you before. If a world was made for you, and it would make you the happiest person, but the world wasn't real, and let's say you're dreaming too, would you accept that world or would you accept reality? And then add to the fact that that world is shared with someone else. And if you say no, then that world also has to not exist for that person too.
さてさて、今日は11月5日。この日はなんとあのツタンカーメンの王母が発見された日だそうです。
The fuck? Who cares about that? King Tut's tomb? Tutankhamun?
そしてもう一つ、いいリンゴの日でもあるそうですよ。でも最近はすっかり肌寒さが増してきて、リンゴっていうよりはこたつでみかんって感じかな。
Yeah. And I felt like every single route asks you like a really tough moral question, which is amazing to me. I love this.
こたつの魔力ってすごいですよね。どんな怖い人でもこたつに入ると眠っちゃうんじゃないでしょうか。こたつで寝るのってすっごく幸せですよね。私も一度寝ちゃうとなかなか起きられなくて、早く目を覚まさなきゃって。
Okay, this announcement is getting kind of funky. Go on.
早く目を覚まさなきゃ、早く目を覚ませ、早く目を覚まして。
Oh wow, the line is becoming way more in character.
早く目を覚まして、タク。
Oh yeah, there we go.
そこにいちゃダメ。早く目を覚まさないと戻れなくなっちゃうよ。
I mean, it went from King Tut to appreciating apples, so it was already awkward.
おい、それって一体。
さあ、それでは今日のリクエスト曲いってみましょう。最初の曲はファンタズムで。
やっぱりおかしいよな。
Who wrote this one again? I'll take a look. The writer for this route was Yasumoto Toru.
タクルさん、どうしたんですか？
Yep, Yasumoto Toru. This guy did 3 out of the 4 character routes. That's fucking intense, man. Man, that's also messed up. What the fuck? Why? No, seriously. 3 out of the 4 character routes, this guy wrote it, and then the last guy who wrote the other route was the Steins Gate writer. So it's like this team of 5 people was like, yeah, you could have 3 of the 4 main heroines. Like, what? That's a lot of work. Yeah, but to keep it consistent, though, I can understand that decision. He had assistance on the Uki route. Okay. That's a lot better. Because you would be burned out, man. You're essentially writing 3 short stories.
どうしたんですか？私がどうかしましたか？
いや、なんでもないんだ。
そうですか。
その雨季も物質だよな。
はい。
一緒に行こうか。
Okay, so Takeru by now has to know something's up, even with that memory erase. Yeah, and I understand why, right? Fuck, man. How long would it take for me to cope with someone's death? A long time. It's only been, in this world, maybe a week at most. No, it doesn't even feel like it. Maybe just 3 days.
あ、来た来た。チャオス。
Man, you guys are always just there? Creepy. You might as well always be in my room, too.
私お茶入れますね。
Okay, hang on. I will be right back. You can enjoy this lovely music.
なんだでっかいため息なんかついて。まさか昨日の今日でいきなり彼女に振られでもしたか？
Yeah, some people really love the music for Persona. In fact, I know a lot of people came to AOD for Lotus Juice. Last year was a little unfortunate, but the year before was pretty solid.
さ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだけど。
どうしたの？改まって。
さ、実は。
それって大丈夫なのかな？
専門のお医者様に見てもらった方がいいかもしれないわね。
What? No, I'm not crazy. No, please.
私はあんまり考えすぎない方がいいと思いますけどね。ほら、気の持ちようってのもありますし。
そうそう。女の子から手紙もらって舞い上がってるだけだろ。
そうかな。
タク？
あ、いや、参考になった。礼を言うよ。
もういいの？
なあ、それに企画の話もしなくちゃならないし、いつまでも僕の問題にかまけている時間もないだろう。
それはそうだけど。
それじゃあ改めて今後の活動についてだけど。
それじゃあ当面の活動目標は渋谷復興祭のレポートっていうことでいいわね。
Do a cooking video. Yeah, I completely understand that. I'd be overwhelmed too. Really? I mean, given how messed up the day has been, I maybe feel the same way. It doesn't matter. None of this is real. Let me guess. Aozaki's not even here, right?
Oh,
but the main character's gonna say that?
はい。
ちょっといいですか？
何ですか？
青崎ゆめさんのクラスってどこですか？
は？
だから青崎ゆめさん。
青崎？
Right.
青崎さん知ってる？知らない。てかそんな人2年にはいなくない？
ん？
いませんよ、そんな子。
そうだ。
Yeah, maybe she's a third year. Oh, we haven't even tried to call one of our friends yet? Okay, things are moving at a pretty good pace now. Okay, give me my favorite waitress.
Huh?
There we go.
何をしておる？
I love this waitress. She's funny.
いや、ちょっと。
まあよい。さっきからずっと待っておるぞ。
そう。今なんて？
待ち人じゃ。ほれ、そこに。
Okay, alright. What is she gonna look like? Would this be a jump scare? Yeah, but Chaos Child doesn't really do jump scares. Okay. She's gonna look beautiful. And then the story will continue. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, yeah.
よかった。来てくれたんですね。待ってたんですよ、宮代先輩。
Okay. Wait, hang on. What color are Uki's eyes? Not green. Okay. I was about to get scared there. Wait, what? Oh my god, Takaru.
先輩？
If Uki made this world, then is this girl someone important to Uki? That's a nice assumption. I don't know how you would create someone from scratch if you messed up on so many elements of the world. So that might be a really good example of being observant. Yeah, maybe. God, how awkward would I feel if someone I cared about was dating my mom? Oh wait, but anyway.
どうしたんですか、先輩。
Okay, I think this is the final decision. And it's kind of a big one. I want to double check. This is the final one. So, we're gonna have to go through this route again, and we're gonna make different decisions. This looks like a fairly short route, so going down to different decisions, we're gonna see how the ending comes about. But we're going positive because we're gonna delude ourselves further.
待った。
Loud footsteps. Oh. Well, this is not a good sign, not with this music.
おのえ、お前なんでここに？もしかしてつけてきたのか？
つけてきたんじゃないもん。ついてきたんだもん。
どっちだって同じだろ。なんでそんなことするんだよ。
だってになるんだもん。
は？聞こえないよ。はっきり言えって。
だから気になるんだもん。
気になるってどうせ面白半分だろ。さすがにそういうのはどうかと。
違うもん、そうじゃ。
だったらどういうことだよ。
僕はさ、タクはゆめちゃんになんて返事をするの？オッケーって言ってそのままラブラブになっちゃうの？
Okay, so I can't tell. This should be fake, right? Given that we've decided to make this delusion real. But the song indication here is, I mean, it could just be like Serika's just pouty that we've chosen to love someone else, but I was thinking that maybe this was going to be Serika's chance to try to make us go back to reality, but I mean, we chose positive, so I think if we chose negative, that would have been the case.
ラブラブって。
オッケーするんでしょ？ しちゃうんだよね。
それは
やっぱりそうなんだ。OK しちゃうんだ。それで人前で堂々とイチャイチャしたり、放課後の学校でチューしちゃったりするんだ。
お前何言ってんだ。
そりゃ相手は学園一の美少女だし、断る理由なんてないよね。
あのな、別に僕がどう返事しようがお前には関係ないだろ。尾上？
関係なくないもん。
尾上？
関係なくなんかないもん。
おい、
私だって本当はずっとタクのこと見てたのに、タクの一番そばにいたのに、タクのこと一番好きだったのに。
Technically something that Serica might say in real life, but I don't know anymore. Like legitimately, I can't tell anymore. That's the point though.
それなのに、こんなのいきなり出てきた女の子に取られちゃうなんて、そんなのやだよ。
とにかくちょっと落ち着こう。
Oh god, we're a saber when we meet him.
待てって、ちゃんと話を。
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that was fake. But if there was another indication, like if there was like another visual indication that could have been real, then my interpretation that seemed to be different. But basically, I was thinking this in my head as I was reading the scene. I was thinking that this was gonna be the final chance to break Takeru out of the fake world, right? And Serica popping into the scene would have been an example of Serica being like, hey, this is the last time I can talk to you, right? And if you don't deny this world, then you're going to be stuck in it forever. But the truth is, like, I always cared about you. And it sucks that you're choosing this fake world over everything that we've been to together. And they've been through a lot, right? But that's probably not the case unless there was another, like, very obvious indication that was going to be the case. I could be wrong. There might be something they're going to write afterwards. There could have been like another visual indicator to tell you otherwise. They could be writing that into the second ending that I'm going to see for this route. We'll figure it out. But to me, that wasn't real as much as I would like it to be real, right? I think we'll figure that out on the second run. And it's going to be fast because we're going to be skipping through things.
すみません。あれ？なんだよこれ。一体どうなってるんだ。
Uki again?
Uki.
Uki, you're becoming a stalker. The thing we were scared about in the real world. I wonder if this actually puts a strain on her body. I have zero idea. Are we gonna ask her to stop? Spooky Uki. Yeah, that's true. If MC gets stuck in this world, then Uki does as well, right? I think... I don't have an answer for that, actually. But she's able to throw her image of what she sees into other people's minds. So, at the very beginning of this route, a murder happens, and the main character gets cut trying to prevent someone else from getting hurt. And then Uki kind of like, goes a little bit haywire from that situation. So that would mean, okay, so I'm Uki, right? I'm gonna throw my thoughts into the main character. I don't know if when she does that, she goes into the person's head. I don't think that's the case. Because if that's not the case, then she's out there in the real world right now, throwing her thoughts into the main character's head. And if that was the case, then Serika and No could be like, hey, stop it. Stop doing that, right? Check her body. It's like, no. So I think, legitimately, you have a good question. So maybe Uki really is stuck in this world. And so she has to be in the main character's head to make this actually function. So if the main character accepts this world, I think she's stuck there as well. But, again, I don't think this is something that she doesn't want. I think legitimately she wants this too. It's just not the correct answer, in my opinion. You shouldn't run away from such amazing problems. What the fuck am I saying? You can't run away from problems like that in real life, because it's gonna come back to you. It's gonna hurt you. But it's better to take the reality in and cope with it than to run away forever. And this is not a perfect world at all, right? It's one of the loneliest worlds that you can make.
いや、今そんなことより。待て、ウキ！待って！え？
Okay, so we just made the final decision for this route. From this point on, we're just gonna ride the wave and see what happens.
Huh? そうだ。ウキは。くそ、一体何なんだよ。何がどうなってんだよ。あっ。 Huh?
Man, a train station being completely empty sounds a little bit creepy. That sounds like a horror setting. Like a zombie apocalypse, really.
妄想の渋谷？
The most important part.
妄想の渋谷。
Okay. I don't want to make any jokes here, but you gotta take out your D sword, and you got to wield it. It's the only way. If you think about it, that's the way to get out, right? You can convince her. You can convince her and say, hey, Uki, I don't want this world. Or you can shove particles into the air and say, no, this world's not real. Because that's what you have to do. That's how it works, right? You have to convince someone by showing them images, by taking energy, negative energy, and throwing it into the atmosphere.
他人の思考や願望をリアルブートする能力。
Real booting. There we go.
やっと捕まえた。
タクルさん。
悪いが、もうこれ以上はごまかされないぞ。いい加減本当のことを話してもらおうか。ウキ、お前さっきディスオードを持ってたよな。最近僕の周りで起こっているおかしな出来事、あれはお前のせいなのか？
Honestly, I'm not sure how much time we have. Not in real life. I mean, in this game. But if I had a little bit more time, I would try to convince her. Like, you know, I know what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. But we can't keep being in this world, you know? It's bad for both of us.
ダメだ。本当のことを話すまでは逃がさないからな。
In a way, this is kind of how she's trying to cope, and I feel really bad about it.
Oi, Soko!
Really, man? You're gonna do this to me, Uki? You're calling the cops on me? You gotta be shitting me.
あんただあんた。そこで何をしているんだ。
She's my sister. She actually is.
いや。
どうした？何かやましいことでもあるのか？
Oh my god. If this goes on my permanent record, Uki, I'm gonna scream.
違います。彼女は知り合いで。
犯罪を犯す奴は大体そう言うんだ。
犯罪？違う、僕は。
話は署で聞かせてもらおう。さあ、こっちへ来なさい。
Really? Really, Uki? Oh, I just realized she has the frog. The frog backpack.
Anta, 学生か?
これ壁標の制服ですね。
ああ、なるほど。道理で。あ、おい!
Dude, just punch them. They're not even real.
待て!
タクル?
Man, this is really depressing. You know, this route might have been more powerful if it was done after Nono's death as well. But for it to split the moment Yui died makes a lot of sense. But the reason why I say that is because Yui in this world really has had like 4 lines, right? She's not that important, despite the fact that she was a trigger to this event happening. Yui's death triggered this entire world from being created, right? But if you had Nono die, and then you had that be like the final straw on the camel's back, right? Then the main character would feel more motivation to stay in this world, because there's no other way to get Nono back, and there's no other way to get Yui back. But the author didn't do that, right? But that's just how I personally feel. And then that kind of like sense of loss and how you deal with it, and like that connection between reality and fiction, and how the author chooses to go about it, would be an interesting way of, you know, confronting that. It was the main reason why I personally found Steins Gate Zero so interesting, right? That idea of how to cope with loss, really. And this route could have been that. Maybe it will develop into that. We still got some time, right? But it's something that I really want to see how it's addressed.
どうしたの? そんなに慌てて何かあったの?
なのか。
とにかく水でも飲んで落ち着きなさい。それで何があったの?
あれは本当なのか。
落ち着いて話しなさい。それじゃあ一体何のことを言ってるのかわからないわ。
Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, if I talk to any character in this world, am I technically talking to Uki? Because she has to make it.
だから最近何度も僕にメッセージを送ってきてるだろ。あれは本当なのか？
メッセージ？
そうだよ。ここは渋谷じゃないって何度も。
タクル？
やっぱり。
え？
ウキは？
ウキちゃんがどうかしたの？
ウキは部屋にいるのか？
いえ、まだ帰ってないけど。でもそうね。もう少ししたら戻るんじゃないかしら。
You mean she's gonna be avoiding this place? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how strong her power is.
ねえ、どうしたのタクル？何があったの？
いや、別に。
別にって、
とてもそんな風には思えないわ。ウキちゃんと何かあったの？
大丈夫だって。クルスが心配するようなことは何もない。ただちょっと聞きたいことがあっただけだよ。
You haven't been here for a long time. I guess you haven't really been watching Chaos Child at all.
本当にそれだけ？
本当だって。だからここで待たせてもらっていいか？
変なことじゃないわよね。ウキちゃんに聞きたいことって、あの子もいろいろ苦労してるんだから優しくしてあげなきゃダメよ。
分かってるって。
だったらいいけど。
Yeah, given the context of what's happening right now, for him to act like he sounds annoyed makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure what the correct answer for this is. Uki's obviously avoiding us. This is obviously a fake world. I personally would want to convince her to go back to reality so we can both handle what's out there, right? Someone just died that we both care about. And we're gonna go back into the murders. That fucking sucks. That's so stupid. We're gonna bounce out of this world, go back into reality. Someone we just cared about died, and we have to solve the murders. That's just like... I had to convince her, somehow. That's ridiculous. How did I do that? Man. The only way I can think of doing it is through, like... us connecting. Okay, so we definitely know there's a time limit, though. Soon we're gonna be lost to the world.
Takuru?
クルス。
I'm gonna assume you don't notice that phone ringing.
もうダメよ。そんなところで寝ちゃ。風邪？
違う。僕は。
はいはい。わかったからこっちにいらっしゃい。お布団ここで寝ちゃうより少しの時間でもちゃんと布団で寝た方が疲れも取れるから。ね。もうしょうがないんだから。はい。こっちよ。
Is he gonna die? This is Uki's room.
お布団今朝干したばかりだからふかふかのはずよ。
Oh, huh, okay. Oddly enough, I just got a phone call. I'm not gonna answer that though. Not right now.
電話 しつこいな。人がせっかく寝ようとしてるっていうのに、誰だよ一体。青崎夢。電話出なきゃ。
Man, even I'm falling asleep.
早く出なきゃ。
Well, she's been calling for a while. I thought we were calling. It was like I was in a dream, but then who was dreaming? The butterfly lines again.
Moshi.
もしもしタク聞こえてるタク
僕を呼ぶのは誰だ
聞いてタクルこのままだとあなたはずっと眠ったままになってしまうわ
クルス
Wow, this is the clearest their voices have ever been.
お願いだから目を覚ましてよタク
なんでこいつらが電話が青崎夢からじゃなかったっけ
ダメだ意識レベルがどんどん下がっているこのままだと宮代は死ぬぞ
Oh, it's the high school detective, whose name I've already forgotten.
そんな
もっと呼びかけ続けろもっとだ今以上に
聞きなさいタクルあなたがいるのは現実じゃないの現実のあなたはね大怪我をして病院のベッドの上にいるのよお願いだよタク思い出してこのままだと戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよタクルタクお願いだから戻ってきて
GG, is that it? Let's see. Well, yeah, welcome back to reality. If we are, I don't even know anymore.
Ah! どうだ自分の大切なものを失う自分は自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる自分は彼女は俺にとってかけがえのない存在だったそれをお前は見殺しにしたんだ
伊藤お前
次は宮代の番だよく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたかそれがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ
伊藤
なんだ泣いて命乞いでもするか 助けてくださいって土下座するか。
お前本当に。
タクルさん、よかった、見つかった。ゆいちゃんは。
Yeah, about Yui.
ゆいちゃんは。
邪魔するな。今いいところなんだよ。可愛い妹の死で絶望の淵にいる宮代。なんだよ。なんだ。なんだよこいつ。待てウキ、伊藤にはまだ。
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I completely forgot. I mean, it was in my thoughts, but maybe the reason why Uki doesn't want me to go back to reality is because she feels guilty about this part. So it's not just for me, and it's not just for her. So if I die here, technically she loses 2 people in her life.
あれが現実。それじゃ今僕がいるここは。
タクル、お願いだから目を覚まして。戻ってきて、タクル。
Well, your life flashing before your eyes, I guess is one way of putting it. You threw the sword? Okay. Hi, Uki.
ダメです。それ以上は気づいちゃいけないです。この世界こそがあなたの、タクルさんの現実なんです。
どういうことだ。
優しい家族、温かい友達、楽しいこと、嬉しいこと、幸せなことだけがずっとずっと繰り返しどこまでも続いている。これが現実の渋谷。これがタクルさんにとっての現実。それ
違う。
何が違うんですか？
それは。
Yeah, that finally talks about the problem that we were addressing for a while.
やっぱりここ現実なんかじゃない。
やめて、お願いですからやめてください。もうそれ以上辛い思いを味わわなくてもいいじゃないですか。
ウキ、
どうしてなんですか。あなたさえ望めばここはどんな幸せな世界にもなるんです。それなのにどうしてそんな風にせっかくの幸せを壊そうとするんですか。
そんなこと言ったって夢は夢でしかない。いずれは覚めなきゃいけない。
覚めない方がいい夢だってあります。私はあなたに命に関わるような大きな怪我を負わせてしまいました。もしかしたら二度と今までのような生活はできないかもしれない。たとえ今現実に戻ったとしても、その先あなたを待っているのは辛くて苦しくて嫌なことだらけの人生ですよ。そんなの生きてるって言えるんですか。生きてる意味があるんですか。
Is she saying that the cut that she gave my body hurt my body so much I might not even really be able to live like my normal life? Because that's a really tough question now. Should I ask her how much of a vegetable I am right now?
そんなの無理ですよ。私には耐えられないです。だから私はこうして新しい世界を作ったんです。タクルさんの望む幸せな世界を作ったんです。このままこの世界にいた方がタクルさんは絶対に幸せでいられるんです。
It must be really bad out there in reality right now. Like really, 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 really bad. Because now I'm really thinking about that.
私だってその方が。
And the thing is, like, we know how the common route goes, right? We know how much more there is to this, and it gets a lot more rough. And the thing is, if we stay in this fictional world, maybe we can help her cope. It's not just us, right? Maybe we can help her cope with two things. Yui being dead and her guilt. But I still think, God, man, I have no idea how bad it is in reality right now. Maybe I'll be a vegetable for my entire life. Maybe I can't even talk to her in real life. Maybe when I go back to real life, she'll continually feel guilt forever. I don't know. It sounds terrible.
私のせいなんです。何もかも私のせい。
ウキ。
私はまだ小さかった頃、お父さんやお母さんに連れられて不思議な場所に通っていました。そこではたくさんの人たちがお祈りをしたり瞑想をしたりしていました。お父さんとお母さんはとても厳しい人で、私がどうしてそこに行かなければいけないのか教えてはくれませんでしたし、私もそれをおかしなことだって思ったりはしませんでした。ある日、私はあの地下へと連れて行かれました。そしてその後すぐに大きな地震があって、お父さんとお母さんは死んだって言われました。
Okay, I can completely believe that, or they abducted you, and then the earthquake happened, right? And then they lied to you about your mom and dad having been dead, but they could actually be dead too. Not exactly a happy reality they go back to.
両親の他には親戚は誰もいなくて、行くところのなくなってしまった私は、あの地下の部屋で皆さんの面倒を見るようになりました。それも私にとっては当然の成り行きで、どうしてこんなことをしなければいけないのかなんて疑問に思うことはありませんでした。いろいろとお世話をしていると、皆さんはありがとうって言ってくれました。その言葉を聞くととても嬉しくて、すごく優しい気持ちになれました。この人たちは私を必要と思ってくれてるんだ。私のことを頼ってくれてるんだ。そう思うととても温かい気持ちになれました。私は私の周りにいる人が幸せになってくれることが嬉しいんです。私が幸せになることよりも誰かが幸せになる、その方が私にとってはとても嬉しいことなんです。
Let me check for you. I think she's actually a very famous voice actress. Oh, it's it's Minase Inori. Let's see. She did Rem from ReZero. You're right. She's also what's another very famous character? So in case you know. She's Amano Homura from BlazBlue, if you happen to know that. She's also Nekone from Utaware Rumono, Futari no Hakuoro. So both the Hakuoro. Nekone is this character, if you happen to recognize her. She also's done... Let's see, Casti? Oh my god, she's Casti? Oh shit! She's from Arno Surge as well. She's done a lot of roles, yeah. Awesome character.
誰かに幸せになってほしい。誰かを幸せにしたい。ありがとうって笑ってもらいたい。私はきっとそのために生まれたんです。それなのに。
Well, hang on. You are way too young to think that about yourself.
なのに、私はタクルさんにあんなことを。私のせいでタクルさんは私はタクルさんを不幸にしてしまったんです。私にはもう現実の世界でタクルさんを幸せにすることはできません。でもこの世界なら私はタクルさんのことを幸せにすることができます。タクルさんに笑ってもらったり、ありがとうって言ってもらえることができるんです。
Okay, so do we need to add that to the question? Okay, let's add on to that question again. That's the same question I asked you before. If you could live in a world that made you happy, and it's a dream, it's not reality, but in reality, when you go back to it, you are disabled, you've lost someone dear to you. Yeah, just those two things. That's enough to say. I don't say anything else, do I? Would you take that choice? Because I still don't have an answer. And it's not just you anymore, right? It's not just you. It's someone else too. So if you say no, you also ruin someone else's world.
だからお願いします。どうかこの世界でタクルさんが幸せになるお手伝いをさせてください。
I don't think it must be really bad. Like if I go back into reality right now, there's no way of fixing things. But she's kind of young. Maybe she doesn't know that. I don't know.
僕を幸せに。
はい。
I mean, if I had to convince Uki, the way I would say it is something like this, right? Like, I understand that she feels guilty for what she did. I understand that we both just lost someone close to us. I understand that she wants to make me happy, and I feel like flattered. Not just flattered, I feel like empathy for her, right? I feel terrible that she had to go through her entire life not really knowing what a family is like. Being experimented on, right? Being, like, used. She's a fucking kid. That's not fair. It really isn't. And, like, I get that. But, like, being in this world is also a loss. We didn't just lose someone close to us, which would be, you know, our sister, technically. We're family now. We're losing everyone else, too. I'm going to ban you. Okay, right? We didn't just lose that. We lost, like, everyone. There's no one real here. It's just her and me. That's it. And so staying in this world would be like losing everyone. It really is. You're making that choice. We would lose the real Nono. We would lose the real Serika. We would lose the real Aramura. We would lose... the sister's dead, but we would lose the little brother too. We would lose everything. That's the only way I think I could convince her. Staying in this world is losing more. We're losing more people that we care about. Because none of them are real. It's just that, like, I wouldn't be able to tell her afterwards if we're like a fucking vegetable on the other side of life, you know? Okay, it's not like Pew Pew Soul did a bad thing, so I'll unban you. But, you're kind of ruining the moment, big time, because you came in very late into this, and you're just like shitting around in a very important kind of event. So we're gonna make that decision? We're gonna stay here?
私が守りますから。あなたの幸せをずっと守っていきますから。
Here's the thing. We stay here, there's no one who's going to be able to convince her otherwise. I think if we went into reality, if I couldn't convince her, I think Nono could. Right? I think Serika could too. Well, Serika might be a bit angry, but I think she could. Huh? Did I literally read that as another Uki? Okay, so this is a question that I had earlier. And the question is, how does Uki's power even work in the first place? Right? Because if Uki's power was that she shoves herself into your head and she lives there, then I'd be like, okay, then I guess that makes sense. But if the other thing was Uki's out there in reality and she shoves a reality of her head into your head, then she's out there in reality, right? So is this Uki not real? Or is that Uki real? I'm going to assume it's the latter, because that makes a lot more sense to me. There was like nothing within the common route that implied that she shoves her head and her entire body into your head and goes like, hey, let's live a different life. I'm going to assume there's a real Uki out there in reality, and that's the one holding the sword right now.
Ukiが2人?
Okay, just do me a favor, Uki, and like put a sticker on your face so I know which one's real, okay?
あなた。
何なんだよ、これ。
Yeah, the scene does look hilarious now that I think about it. I mean, it was one of the questions, though. I just don't know how you're gonna handle this. Oh my god, which one's real? If they like swapped places, I would never know. Okay, I think the right one's real. The one with the more orange hair. I mean, technically, both of them are really Uki, if you think about it, right? There's Uki that threw herself into your head, and that's what she thinks she is, and there's the Uki in the reality.
"騙される?どういうことだよ、それ?"
彼女が今目の前にいるこの私がさっき話したことは全部嘘なんです。だから騙されないでください。
Okay, so you're saying that I'm not a vegetable in real life?
余計なこと言わないで。
Okay, that. Well, I mean, the world's gonna break. I already assumed that.
よく聞いてください。もしもこのまま彼女の言いなりになったとしても、あなたに幸せはありません。
僕に幸せはない。
そうです。このままではあなたは妄想の中に溶けてゆくだけ。そのまま二度と戻ってこれなくなってしまうだけです。それ以上は。タクルさん、この子の言ってることは嘘です。夢の中ならあなたは幸せになれるんです。違います。そんなの大嘘です。タクルさん、もう一度よく思い出してください。あの時何が起きたのかを。あの日何が起きたのかをもう一度。それ以上は。
Again, not a really happy world to come back to.
よく自分の心に問いかけてみてください。考えて結論にたどり着いてください。この妄想が本当は誰のものなのかを。
Are you saying this is mine?
ダメです。やめてください。思い出してはダメ。いやー、思い出して本当の出来事を、そしてこの妄想が本当は誰のものかを。
Okay, so the real events of the day.
You...
ああ、どうだ。自分の大切なものを失う気分は、自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる気分は。
Okay.
彼女は俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。
伊藤、お前。
次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか。それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。
伊藤。
なんだ、泣いて命乞いでもするか。助けてくださいって土下座するか。
お前。
タクルさん、よかった、見つかった。ゆいちゃんは。いや
なんだよ。なんだ。なんだよこいつ。
待てウキ、伊藤にはまだ。
Okay, so what happened? I reached out my hand.
やめろウキ。
Okay.
そうだ。あの時僕は本能に突き動かされるまま視界の隅に現れたディソードに手を伸ばして、そしてその手を
Please don't tell me I stabbed Uki, because that's not really a happy reality I want to go back to.
僕を刺されたのは僕じゃ。
タクルさん。
僕がウキを。
Okay, things make a lot more sense now. Yeah. And given how the characters acted in front of me, I have a better understanding of them than Uki has of them. And that's why the world functioned amongst close friends. But, like, certain details, obviously, I wouldn't know. But at the same time, who was that woman? How did I create that woman? Oh, right. If I create this world, then of course I could create my. What did she even look like? She had brown hair and green eyes. Oh, whatever. That's your interest, buddy. But, God, if Uki is in this world, the one that didn't vomit blood, is she okay in the real world? What am I even asking? One's dying right here.
Uki. Uki. 僕はまた
思い出してくれたんですね。ここはタクルさんが作った世界なんかじゃなかったんです。
Clarify, please.
ここは山添雨季が作り出した世界。私の中の妄想の世界。
Okay, whoosh, over my head. One more time. I didn't create this world. Okay. This was the world that Uki created. Okay, so we're back to the beginning again, what we originally thought. Uki created this world inside of you. How does this work? Continue. What? What? That was the original thought that we had!
それじゃあウキは本物のウキは今
現実の私はタクルさんの隣のベッドで眠っています。
So Uki created a delusional world so that Takuru wouldn't be guilty of hurting her. Okay, so we're back to what we thought was the case, right? The twist is so the only twist is that who was stabbed? It was Uki. That was the only twist. So the original thought we had that this was Uki's world was correct. It wasn't the main character made the world. To me, that wasn't like obvious whatsoever. It was just like, that's Uki's power. Why would the main character make this world, you know?
僕の隣で
But this is still a problem. We're back to the same problem. Nothing changed.
はい。そしてここは消えかかる命の中で旅立つ間際に見る夢の世界。
So we can't save you? Okay. Okay. So it's a different kind of circumstance. If we go back into reality, we can't save her. She's dead. We gotta live with that guilt of having lost 2 people now close to us. But this world's not gonna stay. No matter what, this world's not gonna stay. It's going to die. We have to go back into reality. This is the final farewell.
ウキの夢の世界
そう。私の夢の世界を無意識にリアルブートしてしまいました。その夢にタクルさんを巻き込んだまま。この子は
この子は私がずっと欲しいと思っていた憧れを手にした私でした。覚えていますか？
それは。
嘘をついてごめんなさい。あの手紙を書いたのも、そしてあなたの理想の女の子の姿であのお店で待っていたのもこの子。いえ、私だったんです。
Yeah, I was kind of nervous about that.
憧れていたんですね、きっと。自分でも気づいていなかったけど。だからせめて夢の中でもって。
ああ、そうか。
Yeah. Okay. That kind of works.
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。でもこれでもう夢は終わりです。
ウキ。
もうすぐ現実の私は死んでしまうでしょう。でもその前にタクルさんはタクルさんのいるべき世界に戻ってください。あの人が、久野里さんが言っていました。私が死ねばこの妄想の渋谷はディラックの海に飲み込まれてしまうって。だからタクルさんはその前に早く。
ウキは、君はどうするつもりなんだ？
もう時間はありません。
答えになってない。お前はどうするんだよ。
私は。
何やってんだよ。
タクルさ
ん。お前も一緒だろ。一緒に戻るんだよ。
タクルさん。
ほら立てよ。立って一緒に来いよ。
ありがとうタクルさん。でもダメです。私はもうここに来るだけでもう限界だったんです。
何を言って。
久野里さんが言っていました。理想度は妄想と現実とをつなぐ橋のようなものなんだって。
そんなことは。
だからそれをしっかりと伝っていけばきっと現実に戻れます。
お前がいれば現実に戻れるんだろ。だったらお前も一緒に。
タクルさん、この子ありがとうございました。
そんなの。
嬉しかった。
きウキ
He didn't make it out? Oh boy.らしいな。
そうか、すぐ行く。
タクル、わかる？私が誰だかわかる？
You know what's scary? We just woke up into a new world, and I don't even know if it's real or not.
わかるに決まってるだろう。クルス。
We're just gonna hope we're not in Inception anymore.
タク、私は
誰だっけ？冗談だよ、尾上。
You're making jokes now. Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, because it's certainly the truth.
痛いって。
こら、意識が戻ったからって飛びつくやつがあるか。絶対安静だぞ。
I mean, there is one way of verifying this, but I guess just to keep things consistent, on this quote-unquote timeline, right, we don't know certain things, but if that Serica is real, we would be able to do certain things, and we would find Aramura too, that works too, I guess. I mean, no matter what, this this timeline we're on, this route, isn't really that positive still. It depends on how it goes, I guess.
意識もはっきりとしているな。
Oh man, I'm starving right now.
でもよかった。目覚めてくれて。
ほんとだよ。どれだけ心配したか。
こいつらずっとお前があっち行っちまわないよう声をかけ続けてくれてたんだぞ。
ありがとう。二人の声聞こえてた。
いいって。私たちとタクの仲じゃん。
そうよ。それにこれ以上家族がいなくなっちゃうなんて。
Yeah, that changed quickly.
ウキ。
タクル、よく聞いて。ウキちゃんは
ウキ。
冷静に聞いて、タクル。
のんちゃん、何も今言わなくても。
いや、いいんだ、尾上。クルス、教えてくれ。ウキを。
ウキちゃんね、一命は取り留めはしたけれど、脳に受けたダメージが大きいって久野里さんが。
はっきり言ってくれ、クルス。ウキは治るのか。
残念だけどこのまま。
大丈夫。
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。
I don't know, Love Heart. You tell me.
この子、ありがとうございました。 嬉しかった。
Wow, that was a really interesting set of reversals there. Okay, so besides the twist that I don't really care about, I don't really care about that twist. What I really cared about was that the whole point of this chapter, besides making you question reality and what's fake, what's real, right? Really, really common overarching theme in Chaos Child. Not even a surprise there. Was was the initial confusion, right? Remember how I thought that the world was created by Uki, and we're right, it was created by Uki. But remember when I realized, and together with us all, essentially, like when we realized that the world wasn't just for the main character, it was also for Uki, right? And having that kind of connection there allowed for an empathetic relationship, really. And I thought originally that the reason why the world was made was so Uki wouldn't feel guilt for having stabbed Takuru, right? But then the reversal happened, and in reality, the guilt that she didn't want to have happened was for the main character to feel guilty. And okay, so why is that important? I'm trying to remember. It's because of essentially how that twist happened, right? Because the route was about, like, in my opinion, sharing that bond and the empathy. Because again, they both lost someone close to them, right? They both lost Yui. And so for them to go back to reality was for them to acknowledge that they both lost someone. And so that was the common bond between them. And that's how they connected. And so originally when you're going through this route, I really doubt when someone's reading this route, they're going to be like, oh, this world, it's all real. Oh man, that Uki made this world? What a twist, right? That's really not going to be the twist there. The real twist is when your emotions flip, in my opinion. I don't think a single person in this chat was like, oh, this world was made by Uki? Question mark, right? That's not really there. But the thing I found fascinating was how the same guilt that you may have thought Uki felt at the end was the guilt that you felt. And that was the bond that was just showing how much the bond was like reinforced through that route, right? We both lost someone. We both feel a certain type of like sadness having lost someone. We both feel this guilt. This world isn't just for me. It's for her. But now that we know 100% that the world was made by Uki, think about how things were established there, right? Yeah, she didn't want him to feel guilt having stabbed her. That's a very selfless wish for someone, right? I want this world to make you feel happy because that's how I feel happy, right? Again, another selfless kind of imagery that she's kind of conveying to the main character. But that's her, in my opinion, and that was the final farewell. It was the final image she wanted to give before she disappeared, and it sucks because when he comes back into reality, the last thing he's actually going to see is Uki's comatose body on that bed. And if I read that final scene before she left, right, the final dialogue that she had, that body doesn't have a mind anymore. It's gone. It's a shell of a body. So effectively, she's dead. And when the main character was going to ask No, hey, break it to me clearly. Is she going to get better? There was a stop, and she didn't answer that. So that's up for you to decide. But I'm going to tell you straight up right now, she's not going to get better. In my opinion, that's done. It's unfortunate, but it's over. And that is not a happy ending. That is not a reality that I can feel good about. But we bounce back into it, right? We're alive again. But then you have to ask yourself again, was it worth it? And due to the circumstances, it doesn't really matter, right? If we were exactly in Takuru's shoes, We have to bounce back into reality. There is no choice. Because if we chose to stay in that world, we'd just be dead. Just straight up. But then, like, if you change certain circumstances, right, and you say the world would exist even if she died, it wouldn't logically work because Uki has to remain alive to keep that world intact, right? But if you take those certain circumstances away and you ask yourself that question, it's still a question that's pretty concerning, right? Something that you have to ask yourself and, you know, judge who you are as a person. I'm not going to judge you. Judge yourself, right? And then, like, we have, like, questions of freaking euthanasia at the end if you really want to go that far. She's dead, though. To me, if I read that correctly, she's gone. And it really sucks. That was definitely not a happy ending. But so is this reality. This reality is nowhere near happy. We're nowhere near the true end yet. We still got Nodo's route to go. We still got to finish the second version of this route. And then we finally got the true ending. But it took us a long time to get there. We were like, because of how slow I am with reading this and how I had to take like pauses to explain certain thoughts that I have, we're probably 60 to 70 hours through this visual novel still. We haven't finished it. That's hopefully understandable. And I hope what I'm talking about does sound interesting to you. But I love this. I really like the attempts that each individual author did to make this VN as well done as it was. Sure, maybe it was a little bit messy at the end there. I really felt that going into this route, you already had that inclination that like something's not quite right. They didn't really hammer it too hard in your head, but you know, if you weren't paying attention, they kind of gave you pretty obvious clues. And I really don't feel like you went into this route going like, oh, Takeru made this world. Not at all, right? Because you went into this route focusing on Uki, and then what the hell does Uki do? Uki's special power is this, right? So initially, that's what you'd be thinking about. So I think that was a mess up on the author, unless I'm reading it wrong, which, whatever, right? I'm always willing to forgive like small things like that, because to me, who gives a shit? What ultimately matters is like the culmination of it, right? The final product. And I think the author for this route did a good job. In fact, if you want to remember again, the author for this was Yasumoto Toru, who had help from Tanizaki Oka. So there was two writers for this route, Tanizaki Oka and Yasumoto Toru. And that was fucking well done, right? I love like so much of this visual novel because there's so many questions they ask you as a reader. And it's not easy to walk through this and go like, yeah, I don't want to think about anything. I just want to be entertained, because that's like you're losing so much when you do that. And I can't imagine there's a reader who does that for this visual novel, because you're forced to think about so many things that it's just naturally going to go into your head. One of these routes is going to make you think, and every single one has done that for me. And so we're not done yet tonight. I'm not calling it quits. After this, I'm going to go and make different decisions down this route because it's required. I have to do that. If I don't do that, then we can't see the true ending. She had to forcibly break the MC out of the world she created. So she doesn't have very fine control over any illusions she create. Okay, so she was the very not exactly, but she's one of the very first people they experimented on. And people, I mean like the committee, right? The committee of like freaking scientists down there in Shibuya who like do human experiments because they were controlled by the freaking Illuminati. Okay, whatever. She's young. She doesn't have as much experience as everyone else. She also got cut, right, to the point where she doesn't have full control. So either you take it as experience, she's a young person, or she got cut, and her mind is already screwed up. So either one is a perfect explanation for why that world was going to collapse eventually.
いってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。
今日もいい天気だな。行こうか、ウキ。あっちは人が多いから、こっちを回ろう。
Okay, I heard a wheelchair, which gives me the implication that the original question that we had, which was, if you came back from a dream world that was made for you into reality and you would be, you wouldn't have your original body, would you still do it, right? Just adding extra weight to the question. And like from there, you would find out what's the nuance that would make you change a decision, right? Because I think I can kind of judge what I would say now. So I'll throw myself the question because I asked you and it's unfair for me not to answer that question. So a world is made for me, perfectly for me. Let's go down that route because obviously Uki's world made for the main character wasn't perfect, right? A perfect world was made for me and it's a dream world. It's not reality. And my choice is if I go to reality, I won't be as happy. I won't have my original body. I will have lost someone. Those are the three major big things, okay? So if it was just, it's a big thing. If I lost someone, I still choose to go back to reality. If I wouldn't be as happy, I still choose to go back to reality. Here's the one I don't honestly know, right? If I go back to reality and like 100% I have no control of my body, I can't even think, I can't even talk to the same people that I want, then that's the one I don't know. Like, I don't know if you add that onto the list, if I could make that decision. But to me, as a person, morally, right, I believe that from problematic things in our lives, we probably shouldn't try to escape from it, right? We have to try to deal with it because doing so makes us a better person. And reality is in such a way that we can't just keep running from our problems. They'll come back and bite you, and you have to figure out how to solve them. And Uki's dream world for the main character, if it lasted forever, was essentially running. And there was, unfortunately, no real way of reconnecting with people that way. And so, I can answer for the first two situations, but I can't answer for the last, because I don't know how to handle that one yet. I'm not saying that there is no reason to run away from reality. We read fiction, right? We need breaks from reality. We play games. We do whatever it takes, man. Like hobbies or something like that. Even drinking. But you can't escape forever. You just needed that break to come back eventually. And sometimes you can't solve every problem in your life. Nothing's that easy. Like for me personally, I can't solve all my problems in my life. I have tons of them just running around here and there, right? But I at least try to take them bits and pieces at a time. And it depends on per person, I guess. But this is why I love fiction so much. This is why I read visual novels, I watch movies, I read, period. Because it gives me interpretation of what reality is like and how you handle those problems. And, I just find them cool.
それとも向こうの方がいいか?
This is interesting. So I think what's happening is we're moving Uki in a wheelchair.
わかった。それじゃあ向こうから行こう。
Well, like I said, I'm not saying that taking a break away from them is incorrect. It's totally fine to take a break from your problems in real life. We all have to do that. Because if we don't, we're gonna break, right? We need breaks. Imagine if every world problem was shoved into your face. You couldn't handle that. I can't handle that. No one can handle that. And an element of running away is fine. You can say that's what taking a break is, because you're not confronting your problem directly at that time. But a little bit of space is required. Interesting. And that's the last line they break into before dialogue. The author's done that several times during this event. Event route. That's what I meant.
よう。
今日もお散歩？
まあな。
そっか。いい天気だもんね。
So in an interesting way, what Uki used to do for the patients in the hospital, now the main character is doing, right?
悪いな。最近あんまり一緒にいられなくて。
私のことは気にしなくていいよ。私はタクがそれで良ければいいんだし。
Also, assumedly, no murders are going to occur after this because of obvious reasons. Well, not obvious. If you know what Chaos Child's about, then they're not going to happen.
タクはいいんでしょ？それで。
まあ。
だったらよし。じゃあ私は行くね。ウキちゃんもまたね。チャオス。
Oh, she picked it up from Aramura. Hey, Soul.
そうそう。それでさ、ユウトがそしたら父さんがさ。
Yeah, and obviously he's speaking to her because of how, you know, the other characters would speak to the main character trying to bring him back into reality. It's kind of hoping that it's the same thing, I imagine, right? That's scene construction. Also, it shows that he's changed. Because, again, it's not just about him anymore. That's a really important aspect of this route. Oh, I skipped that last line. But that's a line they wanted to end on.
Oh.
I'll look at it again. And waiting for the day when she would someday come back. No matter what I said, there was never an answer, but I kept talking. Oh. It's the store that they saw in the dream world. Oh, Karno Kyokai is officially on Crunchyroll? That's good. I'm really happy about that. That's probably my favorite movie series. I'm not even kidding. I love that movie series a lot.
So, だよな。そんなこと。ウキ。
Oh shit. See, this is one of the times I'm really happy to be wrong. I don't want Uki to be dead. Trust me, man.
ウキ。ああ、ウキ。僕が君の世話をして生きていくよ。いつかやってくる。君の幸せのために。
I mean, that's the part of reality, isn't it? Right? There's a chance. Because if they stayed in the fake world, there was never a chance that things would change. And I mean, isn't that the wish that you're kind of hoping to happen, right? For people who are comatose? Okay. So there might be a scene at the end of these credits. I'm not gonna skip the credits because I don't know if skipping the credits makes you lose the scene. But I'm going to try to finish the other Uki ending, which should be very quick apparently. And then I want to get some food because I'm starving right now. So I think that's my game plan. Watch the scenes at the end of the credit, watch the final Uki ending, and then tomorrow I'll go on to Nono's route, which will take a little bit of a while to start up, but I'll do it anyway. And I mean, if it's really quick, then I can set up for tomorrow's route, which is go on to Nono's route, right? It's probably a better idea if you think about it. I'll finish Nono's route tomorrow, and then I don't know how much longer after the Nono route I will have until I hit the true ending. And I'm not sure how long the true ending is either, so... I don't really want to rush this visual novel. Obviously, I haven't really been rushing it in the first place. But I want to appreciate it for what it's worth, because this thing has been a really good experience for me. And again, I don't do this for viewers, right? When I read this VN, I do it for myself more than anything, actually. And I've really appreciated this. Am I going to do a 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. stream tomorrow? 6 p.m. probably. I think 6 p.m. is a good idea. Okay. Anyway, I'm in a little bit of a predicament right now. Time is limited. I have to finish an assignment by this week, and I don't want to rush. Okay, finish assignment this week. I don't want to rush Chaos Child, but I want to finish it. I have to update myself on Dragon Ball FighterZ. I know that doesn't sound like much, but I have a tournament that I'm really considering going to at the end of the month, and I feel like if I miss it, I'm gonna miss a big opportunity. I'm thinking about changing my team, by the way. What else? And there's a few events that I have planned for myself that I want to do as well. I've kind of taken a break from streaming. Not exactly a break. Like I've been streaming like every single freaking day from Dragon Ball FighterZ. Like every single day, not even just once. Like multiple times each day, right? It was really exhausting. What else? But I've been like learning sign language on the side. Something that I've really been loving. Actually, it's something that God, I don't even know what to say. It's such an excitement to learn a new language, but also something that I think encapsulates everything that I cared about in communication, which was giving a voice to my thoughts and to others as well, and understanding people better and bonding with them better. It's like giving people another chance. That's what I think when I think of like communication, understanding the voice of the person, right? That tourney at the end of the month is in Fresno, right? I think so, the 24th. I'm thinking about going. Looking forward to that. If I go, then that's when I do the money match against Acid. If I don't, then I'll do the money match probably at NCR or whatever, depends on where he goes. Okay. Yeah, the thing is I gotta prep my new team by then. I feel like my Goku is really weak. And I don't think I need a beam assist, but not having a beam assist now changes my combos, right? So either I want stronger neutral control, or I want a better character that I can play around with. And I'm thinking of playing Goku Blue, actually, given that the character allows for 21 to function better. And I hate not having a setup. It just makes me so angry. Like, I would hit someone, put them in the corner, and just bounce out, like, whatever, right? It's fucking... I hate going back to neutral after I earned a victory. And, like, I gotta fight other teams where they hit me, they deal damage, they lose against my neutral, but they... it depends on the team composition, but, like... they also gain Oki and so much value out of that. I'm like, fucking... Am I even playing the same game? Right? I can't stand that. I don't even like Goku. At this point, I already have two characters that I like on my team. I don't have to have another character that I like. I just need a team that functions correctly. Man, I'm thinking about the VNs I'm interested in reading in the future. I mean, there's obviously Super Hibishiki, which is a... I can't tell you the genre of the visual novel, otherwise it would be a spoiler. But it's a genre that I'm very interested in. Interested in reading Totono, obviously. I've been interested in that visual novel way before I even knew... I mean, how do you even get interested in Totono in the first place if you don't even know what the hell it's about? Right, but It's a Nitro Plus visual novel, and it's been at least until its release at that time period. Nitro Plus didn't do many VNs. It was always like Nitro Plus plus X, like Nitro Plus plus mages or something like that, or Nitro Plus plus. Hang on.
叶えられた？やりたいこと。
Okay, so it's already over. I don't know what she said at the very end though, but yeah, and I gotta go to White Album 2 as well. And White Album 2 is extremely relevant to what I care about in terms of writing and as a person, right? And I've been writing a lot of notes for White Album 2, so if you end up reading that yourself and you want like my thoughts on it, I have an entire Google document, I think of 38 pages of my notes on White Album 2. That's a lot of notes. So I'm pretty serious regarding that VM. If I wrote notes for this visual novel, I'd probably quintuple that. Like seriously. But instead, I'm just telling you my thoughts as I read it, which is a lot easier. Hey Taku, did it come true? Was it what you wanted? Oh, thank you. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to start from Butterfly. Actually, we're going to start from this Butterfly option. And the choices are these. I have to choose for the first one. I have to ignore it. Alright, good night, race car. Okay, we're gonna skip. I'm not sure if anything fundamental changes with these decisions, but we'll see. So I ignore the first one and I go negative and then positive. That's the correct answer. It'll go quickly, trust me. In fact, this route was a lot shorter than I was expecting. I started at 6, we went 5 hours and 32 minutes in between. I know for Aramu's route we had to split it into 2. Oh man, am I hungry? God. So out of curiosity, if you could name your top 3 favorite characters of this VN, who would they be? I haven't seen Nono's route yet, so maybe that would change. But I definitely love Serika. I like Ukiyo a lot more now. That was really caring. Aramura was really sweet too, and her ending was painful. I don't know, I like so many characters in this VM. You wrote more pages than some people write for dissertations, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the notes that I wrote for White Album 2 are me quoting things, though. So it's not all purely my writing. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but spacing in text is important. So if there's like a line, enter, 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 that space that you created by hitting enter 4 times can help give a better concept of what you're trying to convey. I know that doesn't sound obvious, or it doesn't really make sense because I'm not really giving you context of what I'm talking about. But having space in between lines helps certain lines become more emphasized. That's pretty obvious, right? And sometimes it conveys the imagery better, because if you write, like, just here, practice it. You can do it right now. Write an entire sentence with no spaces whatsoever, right? This is just a space bar. We're not even talking about hitting the enter button yet. And it becomes harder to read, right? That's one aspect of it. But sometimes space in between dialogue is vital to the dialogue to be understood better, because that space forces you to pause as a reader, and it also conveys the idea that the main character, through narration as an example, is pausing. So for example, if I said something like, and then I thought I loved her, ... space, 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 I thought that. That's stronger than I thought I loved her, ... I thought that. It's different, because that space creates a different emphasis and also shows how you punctuate that thought process, because it's later, and it shows that time that takes to hit "I thought that" at the very end of that line is the time that you would take in real life, as an example, right? I'm not sure if that is obvious, but that's something that you can do. Okay, so negative on this one. Okay, so we're going for a negative interpretation on Yume Aozaki, I think. Oh, or reading the letter?
なんだこれ。コピー用紙
Cat boy.
いや、でも中身は。
It was printed on a computer? Yeah. For a love letter, you want a little bit more of a personal connection.
前略、宮代拓様。これまで私はずっとあなたのことを見ていました。
Okay, so it's way more plain than it was before.
けれど、ずっと宮代先輩を見ているだけなのは辛かったから、
こうして私がお伝えしたいことは至ってシンプルです。私は宮代先輩のことが好きです。ずっと前から大好きでした。きちんと整えられた宮代先輩の髪が好きです。鍛えられておらず、かといって痩せすぎていない体つきが好きです。知的そうなメガネが好きです。クールな瞳も好きです。不遜さを感じさせる微量も好きです。
You love the fact that I have all these flaws. It's kind of funny.
新聞部で陣頭指揮を取る様がリーダーシップにあふれていてとても素敵です。
I mean, it's kind of like a balance. It kind of works.
はにかんだ笑顔が好きです。萌えです。萌え萌えキュンってなります。
What?
萌え萌えキュ
Huh.
私は宮代先輩が好きです。宮代先輩の写真を隠し撮りして待ち受けにして毎晩ベッドの中で眺めています。
Oh. Go on.
先輩の髪の毛を拾ってぬいぐるみに入れいつも抱いて眠っています。
Okay. Slow down. Don't go too quickly for me, honey.
私はいつも先輩のこと見ています。いつも見ています。
I see.
朝起きて寝ぼけた顔でメガネをかけるところも、外に出てまず最初に大きく伸びをするところも。
Here, let me show you a very important sign language. I don't recommend you do this in real life because it's a little bit insulting. Are you ready? Hang on. I showed you on stream what this was. I'll do it again. Here we go. Knuckle out. Bam! What is that line? It's this line.
一人でクールキャットプレスを読んでニヤニヤしているところもいつも見ています。
I'm not kidding. That's how you say it.
私はいつも先輩のことを見ています。いつも見ています。時々妄想しているところも見ています。そう、先輩はいつも妄想しています。言うなれば妄想の囚われ人です。
あなたは渋谷の妄想にとらわれています。このままだと取り返しのつかないことになります。早くそこから逃げ出さなければ。逃げなさい。逃げろ。さもないとあなたは。
Okay, so this negative delusion is actually breaking me back into reality.
なんだよこれ、怖いよ。
But she knew about Cool Cat Press, so she must be an awesome person, right?
まさか本当に。
Okay, let me save this. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Chaos, we gotta continue.
あれ。
お返事待ってます。
電話か。よし。
Okay, and we just got one more decision to make. Okay, and this is the final decision. I'm gonna save right here. Okay. And I'm gonna make a negative one, which isn't the correct decision, by the way. But I'm gonna do it just because I'm curious. Okay, not too surprising. Scorching protein. That's one way of putting it. A burn that damages all layers of the skin as well as the tissue underneath. Second degree and higher burns require immediate hospitalization. Oh, wow. I didn't know that, actually. Remember what I said when I said that the voice actor was really good at making screams? Okay, for this, it's positive. The correct answer, at least. Okay, nothing changes so far. I'm guessing the only thing that really changes is the ending. Like, exactly the ending. Oh, this gives me enough time to go grab some food afterwards. Man, it's a shame that Chaos Child isn't really gonna get that famous. Unless, like, something magical happens. But, like, the anime was pretty bad. So bad that I dropped it on the first episode and I said to myself, I'm gonna wait until the visual novel. But I don't see it really getting popular as much as I think the writing's amazing. I hope it's at least famous in Japan. Okay, there's a change here. That is a new line. Wow, this is this is way more heavy.
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。
つまり山添右京を殺したのは自分だとそう言うんだな。
This is a very different ending. Okay.
はい。今言った通り、あの日、彼女の命を奪ったのは僕です。だから、
逮捕してくれってのか？
はい。だから僕を逮捕してください。
どう思う？
ありえないな。
だよな。
ありえないってどういうことですか？僕がウキを殺したということがですか？でも僕は確かに刺したんですよ。この手でウキを、ディソードをリアルブートして。
山添右京の遺体に目立った外傷はなかった。
え？どういう意味です？
どうもこうも言葉のままだ。山添右京の遺体に目立った外傷はない。一応事件の関係者ということで検視も行われたが、何らかの外的な衝撃で死んだわけではないという結論が出ている。要するに山添右京は自然死だ。そこに事件性はない。
そんなバカな。僕は確かにこの手でウキを。
それは確かなんだな。お前はディソードをリアルブートして山添を刺した。それは確かなんだな。
I mean, that's what I was... Yes?
だからさっきから言ってるでしょ。本当？
なるほど。では可能性があるとすれば、いや、だがしかし。
何ですか？教えてください。
山添右京がお前を殺人犯にしないため、最後の力を振り絞って自らの死が自然死だったという妄想をリアルブートしたという可能性もあるかと思ったんだが、彼女が死んでしまった今となってはそれも。あるいはここがまだ妄想の世界だというのなら話は別だがな。
胡蝶の夢。
どうした宮代？
いや、今人の影が。
影？
Well... if I skip the credits, do I see the ending afterwards? Does anyone know? Well, man, if you want your Inception ending. Okay, let's go. If it exists. Okay, so I saw nothing. Ending 2 is a lot heavier than ending 1, but because we did both, we now need to do Nono's route. And that's the 4th and final individual route, and then we go to the true end. Okay. So I'm going to do this again at 6 p.m. 100% we're going to try to finish Nono's route tomorrow. I have no guarantees if we're going to finish the true route tomorrow. That might be a bit excessive. But I have an assignment due this week. So worst case scenario, I will finish the true route next week. And I'll let you know. Honestly, it's probably going to be Tuesday in reality here. So Tuesday next week to finish the entirety of the Chaos Child. But tomorrow, 6 p.m. again, we're going to be doing Nono's route. So if you want to hear my thoughts about that or just see it for yourself, pop by. And I hope you follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. It's been a very... I'm not sure if enjoyable is the right word. That was really painful. But it's been an interesting ride through Chaos Child. And I like to do more of this, actually. Doing like analytical commentary and voicing my thoughts for the visual novels that I read. If you find it beneficial, follow me on twitter.com/FaceKoopa or follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. We are a variety stream with fighting game roots, and we're pretty serious about Dragon Ball FighterZ and Monster Hunter World. I'm less serious about Monster Hunter World than Scott, but he's pretty into that game. Anyway, take it easy. I'm gonna grab some food, and I'll see you tomorrow.